I am back. What I was thinking is, how many do you have?
I have 2 monitors.
Do you fancy chucking me the link to your stream and me chucking you the link to my stream, just so that when we're actually talking, if, like, for example, I'm trying to show you a specific point of the armor, it's like, just say, you got to look at this angle right at the niggly bit, or if you look at that part there, instead of actually like trying to tell you for like try and describe it to you, or you doing the same to me, we can just look at the other stream and be like, oh yeah, okay, I see it, yeah, sort of thing.
Sounds good. We can do that.
Okay. There you go. So that's the link to my stream. If you want to chuck me the link to yours.
Yeah, let me just get it public here, and we'll be ready to roll.
I believe there's a 15-second delay on mine. Well, actually, no, it's a 10-second delay. I've got a 10-second delay on mine. I know that because I'm looking at it now. Because if you look at mine, you can see the starting in 1 minute 18 second. On my OBS, it's actually saying 1 minute 5 second now, counting down. So, I'm going to just mute myself quickly in TeamSpeak whilst I do a quick intro, and then I'll undeafen.
Roger that. Do you want to drag us down to the streaming channel?
Yep, can do.
Yeah, it might be handy so I don't accidentally talk through you guys.
We're fine with Yudkin, Wenzel.
But I won't be talking about War
Fair dues. Alright.
User joined your channel.
25 seconds until I yeah, so at the moment I'm just looking at the US tech tree right now.
All right, give me a second. I got to grab you my my stream link here.
Yep, just going to deafen myself and do an intro now, but I'm about to start.
Roger that. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to War Thunder's dev stream. We're just getting fired up here. And I'm going to have Rising here with me, so we'll be able to flip back and forth and see what each other are doing. It's going to be a little bit of a different setup here, but we'll see if we can make things look really slick for you guys. Still waiting on his stream to fire up for me here, so...
Very special guest joining me, Old Dead Man.
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad to be with you here today, Rising. As you can hear, we've got Rising joining me as well.
How's it going, people?
Going pretty good on our end. How's it for you?
Yeah, not too bad, not bad. Just having a late tonight by the looks of things.
That's how it goes sometimes.
But, so I'm thinking we should kick this off with the M3A3 Bradley. What do you think?
Sounds like a good starting point to me. Let's see what we got.
So I actually did some calculations earlier today whilst I was looking at this, because the server has been open for about 3 or 4 hours now. So I thought, you know what, I'd just take a quick look at it, do some calculations, see how much it's changing compared to the current Bradley we've got in game, the M3. So starting off, we do have add-on armor. I believe it's a Pleek armor. composite, it's not error or anything like that. It's just thicker armor, which will help you or should help you against BMPs and against being strafed and AA guns as well. But it's not going to stop you from a Leopard or a Russian tank or anything like that just punching straight through your hull. We do have new shells for the 25mm as well. We have Sabo, fin stabilized Sabo to be more specific, with a lovely 97mm of pen at 500 meters range and 101 at 10 meters. Obviously, this is against flat armor, but it's still a big improvement over the standard APDS, and it's a full belt of discarding Sabo, not 3 Sabo to 1 high explosive, which is already a good start in my opinion. We've also got 2 new tow missiles, the default one being a lovely 800mm of armor pen, and the researchable one, the 2B, curiously has 200. It only has 430mm of armor pen. If you'd like to explain why this is dead.
Well, let's take a look at it again here. Let's see, I was just test driving the vehicle. I think I got some bugs I need to report.
Oh.
Yeah, the missile launcher is fired by the secondary fire button instead of the missile launch button, which means that weird things start happening when you switch to it, because it gives you a number for the missiles, which would make sense if you were switching missiles, but you know, I'm just going to play with that later. But I used to be able to hit fire missile button for this, and now it's requiring the secondary fire button.
Yeah, I've also noticed that the actual missile launching pod does not fall down to reload. That's probably just a missing animation.
Mostly, yeah, I'd say so as well. So what was your question one more time?
The TOW 2B missiles, what's different about them, and why do they only have 430mm of armor pen compared to the 800mm, which is your default? Surely you'd stick with the 800mm armor pen, wouldn't you?
Well, certainly you would, except for the fact that the TOW 2B is supposed to be a top-down attack missile. So it should go over the top of the tank and then drop straight down into it to make certain that all the people inside are little jelly bits, and through the nice thin armor on top, instead of going through all that thick armor to get to the jelly bits instead.
Which is a lot better, a lot more use at the top tier, where you come across Leopards like the 2A4 and the 2A6, where you're going to, I don't know, not be able to pen the front of their turret with an 800mm ATGM. Instead, just go through the top where there's no armor.
Exactly, there's no armor on top.
The only downside to that is, if you actually notice how everyone lays out their armor, only the Russians seem to think, ooh, let's put some error armor on top of the turret.
Of course, because they're
almost like they knew what the Americans were trying to do.
You want to bet there was some spy stuff going on to determine that one?
I wouldn't doubt it. But
anyway, it should be interesting. I wonder if the top-down attack will actually work correctly. That's going to be the real question. And do you have to guide it real tight to it in order to get that top-down effect, or is it a fairly, can you get a lot of range to it?
Yeah, so looking at the actual stats on the TOW 2B as well, it says that it's got a 10-meter arming distance
right,
and a 3-meter trigger radius. So it means that you won't be able to, unlike the default, the TOW 2, or a lot of other ATGMs, if a tank is like right in your face, you're not going to be able to sling an ATGM in his face. It's not going to be able to sling at least one of those straight in his face. The normal ATGM, the default TOW 2, yes. But the TOW 2B, it will just hit and crumple on his armor.
Yeah, because it won't be able to penetrate through it, in most cases.
Yeah.
By the way, did you look at the 25mm gun ammunition options?
Yes, I did, and I mentioned it earlier, the APFS-DS with the gorgeous 97mm at 500 range. 500-meter range. Ow! I nearly locked my jaw up then. And 101 meters at 10-meter range.
Oh, I think that's going to be a lot of fun for people here. That's with just 101 millimeters of penetration, you wouldn't think that would do much, but you riddle the side of the enemy tank with this and take out all the ERA, and you go right back through and go through nice thin armor.
Yep. To be honest, I feel like this is actually going to be able to turn the scales on the BMP2, because so far, the BMP2 and the BMP3 with that 30mm cannon that it's got,
Yeah.
such a high rate of fire. It's like the Bradley is in a similar situation, slightly better off, but similar situation at the moment to the Warrior, where very low rate of fire, and you've got a mix of sabot and high explosive in your ammo belt. So not every shell is going to go through that BMP's thin armor. But with a pure sabot belt, that should just be nice to punch through every single shell.
Sorry.
You use your whisper key there, mate.
Sorry about that.
Worries. But yeah, so it should be a nice turn of the tables on the BMP. Other than that, it's the same stats as the current M3 on the 25mm cannon. Same vertical guidance, same horizontal turret rotation speed, same reload rate.
Yeah, same.
But one of the things that I did check is power to weight ratio, because the Bradley does have a more powerful engine, but it's got all this new applique armor on.
Yep. What is it?
The old Bradley had a power to weight ratio of 22.7 horsepower per ton. The new one, the M3A3, is 19.6 horsepower per ton.
Ow, that's gonna hurt.
This is with both vehicles spaded, so you are going to be slower on your acceleration and slower on your hull turning, but not too much slower. It's going to be you'll notice it, but it won't be too bad. Now, I believe is all that America is getting for ground vehicles.
That's it for ground. The next, if we're sticking with country by country, next need to go to air next.
Yep. So, in aircraft for America, we have the F-8U-2.
Now, this is a surprise because there was no indications this was coming to this patch. In fact, there have been quite a few indications they were not planning to bring it. So my suspicion is they didn't think they'd have it ready in time, but it turned out they did. So what do you have to say about the F8? No, I was just asking, going to ask you what you thought you had on it.
It's a funny looking egg, personally. It's unusual in that the wings are higher than your tailplane. And it just seems to be very, very long for the size of the wings as well. It looks a bit weird in my eyes. Now, one thing I did notice, and I mentioned to you earlier, was that the stat cards change depending on whether you're on preview or whether you're just hovering over the vehicle in tech tree. But this one seems, for a 10.0, you're not supersonic. It's all going to be down to that acceleration. Your climb rate, again, at 10.0 isn't the best, but it's not the worst. Ordnance-wise, you're not really a ground pounder from what I'm seeing. I mean, you do supposedly have Zuni rocks, but we don't know how many you're going to be able to carry. But you do have AIM-9Bs and AIM-9Ds. Now, I'm not sure how much ordnance the F8U can carry. I don't know much about the F8U. I did a bit of research earlier, but I've currently forgotten it all. So,
don't know about how much ordnance you can carry, because you've had a few hours to piddle with this, and I've only had about a few minutes. So, let me see if I can get this pulled up here. See if I can find something. I would have thought the F8U from this design, I would have thought it would be specifically a ground attack designed aircraft. That high wing makes it easier to take off from rough runways, and makes it a lot more robust in that regard. It also gives you better visibility about from the to the right and to the rear and down and on either side, because you don't have the wing above your cockpit as much in this case. Let me get back to the plane here. I'm showing the wrong thing.
So I've just done a quick search on the F8U as the actual general aircraft, all variants, and it's not actually a ground attacker.
That is interesting. From this design, I would have thought that would have been its purpose.
I mean, unless it has a secret hidden bomb bay somewhere, the wing did look quite small for me to be carrying a big payload as a ground attacker usually does. I mean, if you look at what the American Phantoms can take ordnance-wise,
oh yeah, definitely
huge. But it's apparently was designed as a carrier-based air superiority, so this is a carrier fighter. The first prototype was flying in 1955. But the F-U2 differs from the F-8U in it's got a more powerful engine that gives 6,900 pounds of afterburning thrust.
That'll move.
There was some design changes to the fuselage to help with stability issues that the F-8U suffered, such as the fins underneath the fuselage towards the back and loads of other stuff. But other than that, this is an air superiority fighter. But again, 10.0, you're going to be coming across supersonic air superiority fighters. And if you're not coming across air superiority fighters, unless that turn time number is wrong, and I know the turn time number is mainly for rudder turn, but from experience, it usually also indicates your turn time using your elevators as well. It's like a rough indicator, so if it's got a massive rudder turn time, it's going to have kind of a poor turn time overall. I feel like that number's wrong. I feel like this should, if it's an air superiority, it should turn better, or it's too high at 10.0, facing supersonic Mach 1 and Mach 2, because it can't turn fight against the D2. Judging from the stat card.
Yeah, that turn time's not going to do it any favors if you're really going to be air superiority at these speeds. According to Wikipedia, that's some high quality research here. The E model of this could actually carry 12 250-pound bombs, 8 500-pound bombs, 4 1000s, or 2 2000s. In addition to 4 AIM-9 Sidewinders, or for the French Navy, Matra Magics air-to-air missiles, or 2 AGM-12 Bullpups. The F8U-2 model, they don't have full specs on it, but it looks like they had some yaw instability in previous versions, so they made some changes there. Wide-shaped cheek pylons, allowing 2 Sidewinder missiles on each side of the fuselage. And it's sometimes called the Crusader 2. So, yeah, air superiority is its primary role. The French version actually got more ordnance.
Yep, I've just done a bit of research as well. And judging from what actual ordnance you can see in the modules researchable. Hey, War Dogs. How's it going, dude? Judging from the ordnance that's researchable, I'm going to say it can carry up to 4 Sidewinders, or 2 of the Zuni rocket pods, each carrying 4 rockets. So that's going to be 8 rockets in total.
Yeah, it looks like they don't have the option for the secondary modifications so far. So,
No.
so we can't see what it looks like.
Unless they're suddenly going to magic up some bomb pylons and stuff like that into the research modules, then I'm going to say best bet air superiority with 4
with light ground strike capabilities. Yeah.
Yeah, or just 8 Zuni rockets for ground RB battles. Which, to be honest, 8 isn't bad. Get in, hit a pesky AA gun and get out.
Yeah, and at 10.0, that's about all you can do, because otherwise you're going to get an air-to-air missile up your tailpipe. Or a surfaced air missile, for that matter.
But
Okay.
moving on.
Yes, let's move on. So we think we're
Now-
going to where next?
Well, before we move to a different nation, because that's all the new stuff for America, I did want to say that the new lock-on ATGMs that they showed in the dev stream are currently not on the dev server.
Good to know.
I had a quick look around for those, trying to find them, and they are not. Oh, hang on. Oh, I've just found them.
Where at?
Okay, so they are called the AGM 65As.
And where are they at?
They are on the A7D, and they are multi-purpose weapons. Or actually, if you scroll down all the way down to the bottom, it's to hit armored targets 4 times AGM 65As on the A7D.
All right.
Look
let's
at
see.
those beastie boys. Unfortunately, I don't
Oh,
have
all the
the
way at the
A7D.
bottom. Woo. Well, I actually got it, but in the live server, but apparently they copied this over before I did, so I don't have the plane at this moment.
Speaking of which, and they copied it over, I've got 5,000 golden eagles, so I can get one of the new vehicles. I might get the Bradley and unlock the TOW2Bs and actually give it that a test drive. But there is a French tank that I've got my eye on at the moment, so
We'll see where those
Well,
5,000 golden eagles go.
towards the end of the stream, we'll determine. We'll do a vote whether people want me to buy the Bradley and test
Hi, Crazy.
drive
How's it
that,
going?
or buy the upcoming French tank. I won't
Good
say
to see
which
you.
one it is yet. People who've probably read the patch notes probably know which one it is, but we'll see. Anyway,
Right.
so these AGM 65s are very, very beastie boys. 830 mil of pen. To say that most of the time you're coming down from a top down or a high angle.
You're not typically going to be trying to go
gonna
through 830 millimeters of armor, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, 830 mil of armor. You're not trying to go through. If any tank's got 830, to be honest, I think these would probably still go through most tanks' composite armor if it hit on the front. You know.
Yeah,
Maybe
probably would.
Maybe the Leopard 2A6 might be able to withstand it, but
Doing pretty good, Crazy. It's been a pretty busy day.
Anyways,
Just barely
so
jumped on the
launch range of 6
dev server, so
kilometers
we're rolling here.
isn't bad. You can get quite close. Now, on the dev stream, we saw that the lock-on range was about 13 kilometers out?
Yeah, about that. It was pretty far out.
Yeah, 13 kilometers out. So I'm really looking forward to new weapons like this coming out, because at the moment I've had games where I've literally spawned in an aircraft and then got slapped out of the sky before I even moved more than a kilometer.
Oh yeah.
Thing by a 2S6 or a Tunguska or something like that, or the Flak Rad, whatever that ATGM launching thing's called. But anyway,
Right.
So just being able to lock onto those ground-to-air missile launchers, glide in, dodging their rockets and all that sort of stuff, and then shove a missile 6 kilometers out, and then be able to actually turn around and leave without having to
bail
worry
out.
about the direction of the missile. That's going to be
Not exactly a
War
game
Dogs
changer,
just
but it's definitely going to make a difference.
War Dogs just said that some variants allow you to carry them on triple deck pylons in real life. So
We'll see
I
if we
doubt
can do
Geiger
that,
would-
David.
We'll bring that out because that seems a bit strong. But to be honest, I'm kind of glad that America's getting these missiles first, because so far it always seems America is one of the nations that's always getting dumped on by Gaijin. And yeah, I don't know. It just seems like this is going to be a nice turnaround for all those pesky SPAA that all the other nations have got, where they seem to be able to hit you from miles away.
There is one thing I do want to observe while we're still looking at the U.S., and that is this update where it says that your ordnance will drop on the F6, F5 individually, your bombs on your 1,000-pounders.
Yes. Yes, I did forget about that, actually. So
That's also true of the F4U7. And according to this, they actually got the HUD. They added a HUD for the AV8A and AV8C.
what name the Harriers.
That's what I figured you would.
But
Oh yeah, one bomb away.
Now. So let's quickly go F6F. Is it just the?
It only lists the -5.
Yeah. So it's not the naval modification yet.
Well, I mean, the F6F5 was a naval aircraft. The N was the radar, one with the radar. N was for night fighter.
I believe David Mathis is asking about the Leopard 2 PL. We'll be getting to that next. Is it German after the American technology?
Yeah, should be German next.
German's next, yeah. I always get those two mixed up. So, hey, there we go. I've just done it now as well. 1 bomb, 2 bomb. So
3 bomb. I just crashed my airplane into the ship.
well, hey, up we got battleships in the
In the test flight? Nice.
Yep. Just flown past. What class is that? What class battleships we got out at the moment?
Oh, I didn't take a look. Was it a German one?
No, this is American. It's definitely American battleship, but I'm just wondering what class they've got out at the moment.
I think that's an old model. I'm pretty sure because it's been in there for a long time.
Yeah, I was wondering if they'd updated it to one of the actual playable dreadnoughts.
All right, let me jump over there.
Hang on, Blue Water Fleet. I think it was North Dakota. Yeah, it was. It was North Dakota. So now we've actually got, when you're doing test flights and you're seeing the ships in the water, they're actual ships that we've got in-game that we can play now.
Oh, that's pretty slick. That'll be nice.
Hopefully means that the damage model of them will be similar to that of what we actually have when we play them ourselves. So a torpedo should one-shot.
In theory.
If you hit them in the right place.
Yeah, well, you know, in theory.
Yeah, so...
Oh, I don't see this battleship. Where's this battleship at?
It was at the head of the fleet. I literally took off from the carrier, kind of flew straight.
Oh, there we go.
All other ships.
Sorry, it looks kind of small to me from this angle when you're above it. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turrets. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it could be North Dakota.
So...
Okay, anyway.
Right. Moving on to Germany. So, new things for Germany. First off, we have a new tank. I believe people want to see the Leopard 2 PL first, so let's start there.
Oh, this sounds like a plan to me. Let's see, Germany.
So,
Army.
Leopard 2 PL is a squadron battle vehicle. Well, it's not a squadron battle vehicle per se, it's a squadron vehicle you unlock through your squadron.
Right.
Now, did a bit of research on this. It's got a lot of armor on the turret is really strong. However, because of the weight increase from the turret, the new turret they put on it, they stuck with the Leopard 2A4 hull. Now, a lot of this information we've already know from the dev blog that they did on it, but this means that the hull literally is weak.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely something you're going to want to keep hull down.
At 10.7, even with the composite armor you've got there, everything will be going through that hull. that hull is not gonna stop any shell from any main battle tank it's gonna come across at 10-7, unfortunately. But it's gonna be one hell of a hull down sniper, as you said. Shell wise, not exactly the best of shells. We've seen a lot better from currently existing vehicles, but for a squadron vehicle that you can grind separately and passively without actually having to play torturous game after torturous game, it's decent. It's nice.
Pretty snappy on the test drive here. So performance as far as maneuverability should be excellent.
One downside to this, though, that I can see, is that it's going to be a vehicle, a top tier vehicle, unless they change the BRs, the top BR soon. It's going to be a tier vehicle that you're going to have newer players or from lower down able to get and jump in before they've actually climbed the ranks and learned kind of how to play with new infrared mechanics and everything like that. So I can see for Germany having quite a few more games lost at top BR just because of inexperienced players.
Yeah, and that's another way you can balance a top-tier German tank, is put a bunch of inexperienced players in them.
Yeah. But,
now, as I see it here, it's got the DM-23 as its best AP FSDS round, and the DM, what is it, the other one, 13?
The Heat FS, DM-12.
Okay, let's see, modifications. DM-13 is your low-tier AP FSDS. It starts stock with the DM-12, which is the Heat FS, and then it's got the DM-23 as a 4th rank modification. Now,
Yep.
10, do you really think this thing's going to pull a 10 point? I mean, 10.7 doesn't seem right, because the 2A4 itself is at 10.0.
One of the things that they have yet to bring out for this is there's going to be a new HE shell for it called the DM-11. Now, I believe this is going to be a Heat FS shell. That's going to be more powerful than the current DM-12 that you've got, maybe. Or it could be an actual Heat shell, or just a HE shell. I am not entirely sure. But they did announce it in the dev server that it's getting a new shell
crazy.
that's currently not in game.
I gotcha.
Yeah, not in game on any German gunner or anything. Called the DM-11. I had a look around. I couldn't find it on any other German tank or any other nation that shares DM shells. So that could be the game changer.
Give it a much more powerful Heat FS shell that can slice through even modern armor. Who knows? But I don't think as it stands right now, it's not going to support a 10.7 BR. Even if they launch it at 10.7, it'll be 10.0 in 2 months.
What BR's the 2A4 10.0?
10.0.
I feel like they'll probably put it in the middle ground. It'll be the first 10.3 tank if we don't already have a 10.3 tank. Is there a 10.3 tank in the game?
There is 10.3 tanks are in Russia. They just put the entire top tier lineup down to 10.3, but this is the first. This would be that would be the first 10.3 in the German line.
Yep.
But
yeah. 10.3, I can see it working because 10.0, I feel like that.
David, not yet. But since we're on the second dev server, I'd expect it to be pretty fast. Maybe a couple of weeks tops, a week and a half.
Because Leopard 2A4 is already nasty coming across it when you're a 9.0, 9.3,
yeah, it's true.
Or even a 9.7.
Up tiering to its real bear. Really, Germany's got this impressive top tier lineup, the 2A6 or the 2A5, and then your backup is a 2A4.
Germany bounced back well after World War II, according to Gaijin.
Well, that's what the Marshall Plan was all about.
So, on to the next vehicle for the Germans, the SK-105A2.
That's not going to get confusing with the airplane of the same name.
Yeah,
at all. No, not at all.
No. Especially seeing as they brought out the new one, so everyone's going to think that you're talking about the new, the brand new one that can carry guns and ordnance, which is actually nasty. I've come across it. It's just as bad as the first one, the SK60. But anyways, so it doesn't really look like much at first. It looks like an M41 and an AMX had. Actually, no, I wouldn't say M41. I'd say more back end of an M41, front of a Japanese STA, and a French AMX 13 all had a baby together. You know?
There are certain threesomes you really shouldn't envision, and that's one of them.
Well, someone envisioned it, and here we go. We've got the answer. So starting off, we've got a pretty good gun, 105mm at 9.0. You've got a 400mm heat shell, 1,000 meters per second. That's nothing to shake off or laugh about. It's actually a pretty good shell.
True.
Plus, one of the things I actually love about heat shells over heat FS is the lower velocity means that you can lob them over ridges and stuff at long range.
Yeah.
And that angle onto roof armor that allows it to go through compared to the heat FS, which, because it flies more flat and level, usually ricochets.
Yeah, but picture that heat shell with a 4-second reload.
Yes. I was just about to come to that. That and a Sabo.
Yep.
So if you get those pesky error armor or anything like that, it's fire the heat, reload before they finish reloading, and fire a Sabo.
Yep.
Probably.
And that's going to be the key right there. You'll probably use the heat to take out any of the era armor, and then just the next shot's going to be that APFSDS right through anything that's left.
Or just hit it the same spot with another heat, because if it's taken out that error armor, no more error armor to stop it, is it? So, but one of the party pieces of this vehicle is its fully stabilized turret. Now, it's not actually modeled in game so far. I jumped on earlier, had a quick look, and so far, nada. However,
Gotcha.
still pretty nice. Oscillating turrets are always good because of the turret rotation, which doesn't look very fast when you're just looking at the turret actually turning, but when you actually...
Rising, you cut out at the end of that. Rising?
Yes?
You cut out halfway through what you were saying.
Oh, sorry, I think my mic must have stopped picking up. But, yeah. Performance-wise, I believe it doesn't feel special. It doesn't feel particularly fast. But still not bad. It's no RU-251 or anything, but that 4-second reload plus stabilized gun is going to make it dangerous to be around. There is one slight problem I've just with it, however.
What's that?
Above where your first stage ammo rack is, that little box on the top of your turret.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll put straight into there. Yeah, let's see what happens when we model that.
That's my first impression when I saw that box. At first I thought, wonder if there's anything in there. On the X-ray model, there isn't anything, but I mean...
Yeah, but if you hit it with its own heat shell, the modeling shows that it bounces right down into the turret and takes out both crew members. Pretty reliably. Sometimes only one, but, most of the time, too.
Yeah, I'm just doing it now. You're still also splattering the ammo. You're also splattering that ammo quite a bit.
Yeah.
And you don't need a shell to go black for it to detonate. Red and even orange can do it. So...
Yeah, so you might have trouble hilltopping it. You'll have to make certain you watch out. Well, I mean, shucks, they've got a cupola there. What happens when you hit that? Yeah, you can take out Commander there. The optics will still soak up your shell there. And the gunner if you hit the box on top for sure.
Power to weight ratio wise, let's see. Engine is 50.5. Filters is 23.9, so that's 74.7. So you're looking just shy of 20 horsepower per ton.
Not bad.
So yeah, it's not gonna be, it's not bad, but at 9.0 you're not gonna be winning any races.
Yeah, the long story short on this is don't get hit.
Yeah, don't try and rush ahead like thinking you're an RU-251.
For sure.
If you want to do that, bring an RU-51. It'll be just as effective.
And probably even more fun.
Now, German aircraft. There is a new aircraft coming for the Germans, and I am actually looking really forward to this. As even though I've got a event aircraft that already do this, I'm still looking forward to this one just because it's like it's the Yabo, it's the fighter bomber. I can't hold it in anymore.
Where's it at? I don't even see it on this patch notes.
Rank 5 under the first of the 262s at 7.0. It's the ME262 A1A Yabo, and it actually took me 3 times looking at this tech tree to notice that there was something hiding there.
Ooh, would you look at this? Let's see what we got here. It's not on the patch notes, so I'm looking at the aircraft deal right now. Okay, so what's special about this ME262 variant?
Nothing, except for it finally carries bombs and rockets. So, as the standard 7062, you have the R4M rockets, air-to-air rockets, designed to take out bombers in World War II.
Right.
This one can carry a 500-kilogram bomb, two 250-gram bombs, or it can carry, my personal favorite, the 21-centimeter rocket. I'm not even going to bother trying to pronounce that. The WFRGR.
The Waffengranate?
Yes, that thing. I will butcher it.
I'm pretty sure I just butchered it too, but, you know, I'm just willing to actually put it out there.
Yeah. But,
taking off is not particularly robust, but it does get off the runway.
I mean, it's your standard 2-2, really. To be honest, it's your standard A1A. So in World War II, the Germans, when they was producing the first production ME262s, the A1A, it was produced for both the fighter role and the fighter bomber role. Now, there's literally no difference between them. Both of them share the designation A1A, but to separate the aircraft for their obviously specific roles, one being fighter and one being fighter bomber, they named the fighter bomber variant the A1A Yabo, or Jabo, if you want to pronounce it like I would normally pronounce things in English, pronouncing the J. What can I say? Pronunciations isn't really my thing.
Right, understood. Okay, so I like, by the way, I'm firing the cannons. They have nice bassy sounds now.
Oh, yes. I need to knock my sound for a second, just so I can actually...
It crashes nice, too. Hi, Mitch. How's it going?
Damn it. Sound, there we go. Gunfire. My engine. Other player's engine. Do I want SFX volume?
Yeah, I think so. By the way, so that you can see what he was talking about, this is the ordnance loadout options for that new ME262.
It definitely... There's quite a few different sounds I've heard from this, but...
It's just bassier than it used to be.
Yeah. Not worse, but it's not exactly much better. So, but yeah, so Yabo was basically an abbreviation for Jagd bomber.
Oh, that's pretty slick.
So,
Yeah, but the rockets aren't all that good, Mitch. I
but
mean, honestly.
that is all with regards to aircraft for the Germans. Again, it's literally just the A1A. It's exactly the same. This one just gets to carry bombs. So instead of actually calling the A1A the Yabo and giving that bombs, they brought out a whole new aircraft for people to grind. Because Gaijin.
Of course, why not? I mean, I can always just fly another 262 because I flew the last 16.
Yeah, well. But I don't think there's any changes for any of the German aircraft and helicopter models, I believe.
Well, something to note is that according to the patch notes, a whole bunch of vehicles got volumetric tracks. So there'll be the new track models that can fall off and be shot in a split in one spot or other, etc. So be prepared for that change. My 20mm cannons will make your tracks suffer. Mwah! Sorry. And a lot of the German vehicles are involved in that track change. There were some in Italy, Germany, one in Russia, three the Cromwells in Britain. The U.S. gets a couple of the higher tier ones, M60s mainly, and China gets two, both American tanks.
Yep. So we do have a new ship for Germany as well.
Yes, indeed. So talk to me about the SMS Kaiser.
It's a big boat.
Shocking.
So the SMS Kaiser is a World War One battleship. It was commissioned on 1st of August 1912. It was launched in 1911, I believe, March. As you can see from battleships of that period, you have the lovely weird sign of having two of the turrets offset from the center line of the hull, one on the port, one on the starboard, one slightly forward, one slightly back. This does limit its broadside from having 10 305mm guns to having only 8 305mm guns. However, if you're in this boat and you're sailing away from enemy ships, it's got a decent amount of firepower it can sling whilst going. It can sling backwards 6 105s.
Yeah, because the boats on the deck actually prevent the starboard side gun there from actually rotating around that far. Yeah, you can't rotate it that far. So yeah, you can only do 6 to the rear and 4 to the front. Still, that's 6 guns, 305mm guns, pointing to the rear. You could do some serious damage with that.
Stefan, you cheeky bugger.
Hi, Sefin.
Anyways,
Sefin, I got to tell you this. Hey.
No, it's A.
I'll let you debate that with Sefin.
All right. Anyways, getting off topic here. So,
okay. Anyway,
downside to the Kaiser, no AA guns.
It was designed before AA guns were really required. I mean, let's cut to the chase on that.
Yep. However, it does have a lot of secondaries. You've got 12 T8s in caissons or casemates. Can't remember what those are actually called. But you've also got 150 mil guns towards the center of the ship on the port and starboard side. Mainly around the kind of raised deck area is where the 150 mils are. The 80s are mainly around the waterline and to the front and rear of the boat. So you are going to be very vulnerable to aircraft, and at 6.0 you're going to be seeing some fast aircraft coming in with
Or simply fake the
ordnance.
land.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the order to maneuver wildly to avoid being bombed is probably not going to do you much good in this.
No. So you're going to want to hug a cruiser or a destroyer that's focused mainly on SPAA when enemy air come in for you. But
You're welcome,
that is the
Stefan.
good thing I like about the fact that they bring out the World War One dreadnoughts instead of the World War Two battleships is that it's giving targets for torpedo bombers. Because currently you can't get close to a ship in a torpedo bomber without dying unless you get very, very lucky.
Yeah, the way the AA guns are working in War Thunder Naval means that rather than being able to engage a ship when somebody's not paying attention with your lone, airplane, every ship in the vicinity is engaging you. So you don't have the advantage of having, a fleet of, 20 dive bombers going after a target to split all that fire. You're taking it all by yourself and trying to get in on one of these targets. So it really is a challenge for the aircraft in this regard. Of course, just because they're putting targets like this around still means that every ship around it's going to engage you with its anti-aircraft abilities.
Yep. One of the other things as well with this ship is people may be wondering, why is it carrying 2,500 mil torpedoes? Well, that is because you have 5 torpedo launchers. You have 1 in the bow. You have 2 on the port side, which is the left side, in front of your coal bunkers and behind your coal bunkers, and 2 on your starboard side. Again, same positions in front and behind the coal bunkers. Now, I'm not sure, but one thing I did notice is if you look at compared to the bow torpedo launcher, is it me or do the side launchers look like they launch 2 torpedoes?
According to this, yes, they should have a pair of torpedo launchers beside them.
However, I'm just looking at like the available ammo. I don't know.
I so want to get kills with the bow torpedo tube. I want that. I just don't. Well, you just go straight in and just launch a torpedo as you're coming as the bow bears on the enemy target, and just right at point blank range. It'll tick off all the torpedo boats. Oh yeah, absolutely.
It'll kill your. It'll take out your bow. But
there's plenty of examples in history of ships with the bow removed, making it back to port to be repaired. In fact, there was one British vessel where the bow of one ship got blown off and the stern of another ship got blown off. They towed the two halves to port, stuck them together, and welded them together to make a Franken ship.
Which ship was that?
I'll have to look. I told that in one of my dev blog videos because it popped up. But yeah, I'll see if I can find that.
You'll have to ping at me at some point because I definitely want to see that ship. Armor-wise, not bad, but one thing I am noticing is towards the bow of the ship and towards the stern of the ship, there's very little in the way of especially at the bow of the ship, you've no deck armor at the front of the ship, which isn't that much worry because you don't really have much to the front other than some torpedo tubes and pumps. And your, 88 casemates? Yep, 88s. However, bridging fire, still going to be a worry there because it can go straight through, come out the bottom, and then you got a hole in the bottom of your ship. Yeah,
but this is a fairly typical all or nothing of armament arrangement, armor arrangement, in that they're protecting the areas that have vital components in them with the most armor they can, but the areas that aren't carrying vital components or equipment, and probably where all the people sleep, are not armored at all to speak of.
That is correct. The belt armor above the waterline is actually pretty impressive. 350 mil. That's going to stop some shells at long range.
Yeah, rolled cemented armor.
Yep. that even though it is only a very thin strip, you'd actually be surprised how often your shells hit that part of the ship. Or just above it, again, 200 mil of armor there, that's still nothing to shake. Below the water, however, just below the waterline, 180, starting to get weaker, and then there's only 20 mil below that.
You know, if
And then-
Gaijin puts in the ability to change the running depth of your torpedoes, that could make a huge difference. Because that first belt right there will stop pretty much any regular torpedo, except for maybe some of the good Japanese ones. But if you could run it 2 meters deep instead of 1, you'd be, that would not be a happy life for the Kaiser.
No, yep, you're right. Plunging
Mitch!
fire, if it-
Thank you very much. HMS Nubian and the HMS Zuluware were welded together into the HMS Zubian. So there's your ship names to go research.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Just actually going to enter that in and Google now so I remember. HMS Nubian.
When I'm doing these dev blogs, I look for the weird stories like that because that's the fun things.
I still love the story about Rodney overpenning the Bismarck.
Oh yes.
So.
All right. So where are we going from the Kaiser?
I've just noticed that there's a 40 mil additional armor plate below the waterline behind that original 20 mil. So you do have a bit of spaced armor there, to be honest, which could be effective. However, I think the coal bunker, the very bottom,
Thanks for the reminder, bitch. Thanks. Sorry.
are in between that spaced armor.
Yeah. Okay. So that'll help some.
It'll help some, yes, but coal bunker, not exactly a good place to get hit.
Well, yeah. I mean, once you've penetrated the coal bunker, all you're going to get is waterlogged coal, and that'll sink you too.
The side armor and for the ship, turret armor. Now, very very strong around the neck of the turrets, 300 mil, 220 mil as well in certain areas. The faces of the turrets, again, very strong, 300 mil, 254 on the side, 290 on the back. So you get shot at close range, you can take a good hit with those. Plunging fire, however, only 70 mil, 100 mil on top. So plunging fire long range from other battleships and heavy cruisers still going to be able to get you.
So they'd have the hood problem.
Yes, no, in the fact that the ammo is stored in the neck rather than the turret. So, and I believe the damage model on the ship's turrets at the moment isn't so advanced that it will go all the way down the neck of the turret and into the ammo storage at the bottom.
Okay, that'd be a fun ricochet. I'd love to see that one.
Yes.
All right, looks pretty good.
That would be one for the War Thunder show.
It would be. Oh, now we're gonna have to see if we can do it.
Should be a good ship to brawl with. But that is the last of the Germans, I believe.
I believe that takes us to Russia.
Yes.
Now you're starting aviation, or are you starting tanks?
Tanks. Always tanks first.
Okay.
I just like going left to right along the top. So the only two new tanks we've seen on the dev server is the BT-7M and the T-28 1938. Now I believe they did a pretty in-depth analysis of the BT-7M, but for those watching, if you missed it, the BT-7M is a more powerful version of the BT-7. It uses a diesel engine. I actually did look this up, and funnily enough, the diesel engine was a lot more fuel efficient than the normal BT-7, because the BT-7M was actually called, they made 4 prototypes and called it the BT-8 for the prototype, and then they into production as the BT-7M. And then the BT-7M became the standard of tank that was used for BT-7s and the variants of BT-7s. They stopped using the old T7 petrol powered ones and put those in storage because the BT-7M was just a lot more fuel efficient and had more power for flying. So, other than that, it's just BT-7. Slightly faster, slightly more fuel efficient, which rarely affects us in the game.
I will just point out that the explosion sound on impact of these rounds is ridiculously loud when you impact an enemy tank.
Yes, I did notice that earlier today whilst I was test driving some test driving some tanks. I believe it's a bug on the dev server.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. That's pretty over the top.
Because if you compare it to when to be honest, when the shell hits the ground, that's still pretty loud as well. So
really nothing special about these. They're just slightly better versions of tanks that are already there.
the T-28 is actually incorrect. The new one, the 1938. So
Okay.
First off, the 1938 that they've brought out is 1.3 compared to the T-28, which is 2.0. Now, it uses a 76mm KT-28, which is a low velocity 76mm with a very poor APHE shell of 37mm. Planes
Yeah, I noticed that.
1.3, I can see them dropping this down even further to 1.0 because it's only got 30mm of armor on the hull, 20mm on the turret. So it's not exactly going to be hard to. So I can see this dropping down to a 1.0. However, did a bit of research on this as well. The T-28 1938 was actually the 2.0 version we've got in game. The T-28 1938 used a 76mm L10 cannon. It was the upgrade from the T-28 1934, which used the 76mm KT-28 cannon. So at the moment they've got them the wrong way round. So the new 1.3 should just call the T-28, and the 2.0 should be called the 28 1938. But other than that, yeah, it's just a T-28 with the worst gun, and it's supposed to have a better engine, but whether it does or not, I don't know. At the moment, the stats are the same as what the T-28 normal gets. But
Yeah.
I'm not going to bother test driving that because.
Well, while you were talking, that's exactly what I did.
Yeah,
So-
I can't even test drive it because I never got the T-26-4.
That is awesome. All right, so that's all done those two.
I've just noticed that the BA-11's on the dev server, which was that tournament vehicle from World War Mode, wasn't it? Or something?
BA-11, where's it at?
It's in the
Found
premium
it.
section. It's the wheeled. I've always looked at it and thought, I want to test drive that,
Well, now you can.
and I'm kind of glad that I didn't get it. Turret rotation is so slow, and yeah, it turns quite quickly, but off-road it's so slow.
Gun's not bad, though.
Yeah,
I mean, nothing to write home about, but I love the way they did the tracks around the edges.
yeah. When I first looked at it, it made me think it had barbed wire or something going around
It
it.
does kind of look like it. That is a weird thing.
Yeah. But anyways, that is the last of the tanks for Russia. Now I do have there is an aircraft coming up, and it's not the Swing Wing aircraft. It's another aircraft that wasn't on the last server, and they haven't actually done a dev blog yet, and it's really, really weird looking and interesting.
Well, do tell.
The SU-9, if I can get out of this There we go.
Pretty chill. Go there.
So the SU-9, which was after, before the LA-15.
It's like the Russian ME-262.
Yes, it actually was heavily influenced by the by captured ME-262s towards the end of the World War II. It was developed in 1944. The Russians, what they'd learned from the 262, and designed an aircraft that was to run on Soviet-produced engines. And this
Soviet-produced Merlin engines, weren't they?
I don't know if the Klimovs were actually Soviet-produced Merlin engines. Hang on, because I've actually got the wiki up about it now.
Thanks, Mitch.
So it was also has.
Sorry, Meteor engines.
Yeah, it also has an ejection seat, which was taken from the Heinkel HE-162 jet aircraft.
Okay.
Which I believe was the first actual jet to use an ejection seat. I believe. I'm not entirely sure on that, but I think it was. Can't find anything about the engines.
Well, the seat looks just like a seat. Yeah.
Yeah. So test flying it. There's one. So this thing is slower than the MiG-9 and the Yak 15. So what's its current BR rating? 7.0. I believe I can see this being dropped just because it's got a worse top speed and it's got a lot slower acceleration. It's got an acceleration similar to that of a 262, basically. And one of the things that always makes me laugh is that the covers for the wheels, they literally flap whilst you're taking off on the runway. But
Yeah, it looks like I'm not able to pull your stream in right now, so I'll just have to see it later.
Okay. So, well, actually, that might be worrying because that might mean that no one else can pull my stream in.
Well, understand I'm also beating the snot out of my internet connection to do this stream, so...
There it is. Right, so one of the brilliant things about this aircraft, and there's not actually a lot brilliant about this aircraft, because you go inverted, you get fuel starved really quickly, which I just showed doing a simple roll. Then if I just do this and stay upside down for a couple of seconds, there you go, fuel starved. Acceleration, as you can see, isn't exactly the best. Yes, it is stock at the moment, but historically, the Soviets never actually developed this, never produced this because it was slower than the MiG-9 and the Yak-15 that they'd already been testing at the time. However, party piece is, and if we can have a drum roll, please, air brakes.
Ooh, it's got air brakes.
Yep, it has air brakes. So the flaps on the left and right wing, the landing flaps, you have two that are between the fuselage and the engines, and then you've got two small ones, one outboard of each engine. Now those two small ones split open to make your landing, to make your air brakes. Kind of similar to, I think the Meteors have the same style. So I've just noticed you holding your, is that your phone streaming?
Yeah, that's my phone.
Yep, so I'll just show the air brakes again. So there you go. But other than that, it's not exactly the best at rolling, the best at turning. This is just going to be a boom and zoomer, if you can call it that. I can see this getting down tiered, well, put to a lower BR rating when it goes to live servers. Just because acceleration, I mean, been maneuvering and stuff like that. I've hit 570. I'm slowly accelerating to 600 kilometers
Sometimes,
an hour
Mitch, you
now.
do what you got to do.
It's yeah. A Spitfire Mark 24 will easily take this out. I can see this going down to 6.7. But
Yeah, I suspect it probably won't stay there for long. Unless they're going. Well, yeah, I think the Super Props will probably have a field day with it if they can get them to slow down at all.
oh yeah, well no, you're not even that. I mean, let's put it this way: if I go flat and level, I struggle to hit 700 kilometers an hour. Which Spitfires and especially the P51H, they can easily make that. P51H can make that flat and level. Spitfire can if you really overheat that engine.
True.
But yeah, they're gonna have a field day with this. So
I think it's real. Since it can carry some bombs, it's got some dive brakes. I think it's going to be really good in ground RB for that purpose. You know, and you've even got a 40 millimeter pinning, 37 millimeter. That's even just a pure belt of just that 37 millimeter AP IT.
now, one of the things that I did notice about the 37 millimeter is that you fire. So I'm firing the shells singly, one by one. I can fire them in a burst of 5 or fully automatic, but each one. So every 2 out of 3 shells in the belt seem to self-detonate at a certain range. So that could be quite useful on range sniping. If you can try and make it work for you. But other than that, it's your standard MiG loadout. 37mm and 23mm cannons. Not
Yeah,
exactly,
fragmentation, interior tracer. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, not exactly groundbreaking or earth-shattering news there, but
Right.
still a lethal armament if you get a couple of shells on target.
All right, so let's talk about the SU-11 now.
So, SU-11?
Yeah, it's over in the premiums.
Yeah, I know.
Ah, yes. Okay, I did actually miss that one. So the SU-11 was a further development upon the SU-9. Now, funnily enough, there is actually another series of aircraft that actually did go into production called the SU-9 and the SU-11, which was actually your what's the? I can't remember the name of the wing shape. Basically, like the F-104's wing shape, very, very small, very high angle sort of wing shape. But anyways, yeah. So the SU-11 was just a further development. I believe the main difference was just the engine upgrades. It's got the same cannons, same amount of shells, and it's got same ordnance as well. But I believe they changed the slats. They moved the engines to a slight angle and put in the Lyulka TR1 turbojets, which was the original engines intended for the SU-9.
Literally everything he needs to know. Last orders.
Immediately overheating.
Oh, are you
Don't
flying
know
it?
if you're seeing that as well. Yeah, I'm test flying right now. It's a premium, so we can test fly it as is spaded.
It's a lot clearer and a lot faster.
But again, this was never pushed into production due to problems with the TR1 turbojets. But you can definitely tell that the engines there, they've had a bit of design influence from the Meteor by the looks of things.
Oh, yeah. I was just thinking it looks just like a meteor.
Yeah.
Well, not just like, the wing's not the same shape, but
No,
definitely a lot of
the
design
engine
inspirations.
position. Yeah. But again, this one has no air brakes.
Yep, you're correct. But it has the same bomb option, so you've got that option as well. Is it any faster than the SU-9?
It's a lot faster. I noticed it immediately on takeoff. However, I did also notice that at 100 throttle, your engine really overheats. But this one's, I've just broken past 725 kilometers an hour, and it's still going nice and strong. So, yeah, this one's not gonna have the same problems as the SU-9. I reckon this one probably. You know what BR they put this one at? I didn't see before we went into the test flight.
I'll take a look in just a moment here. I'm test flying it myself here.
So apparently this one could reach 940 kilometers an hour, or for you, 580 miles per hour at sea level.
Roll's actually pretty good. Responsive.
I'd say the roll is similar to that of a Meteor.
Yeah, I could easily see this thing coming around and dropping a bomb on somebody's head.
Turns pretty good as well.
What was happening to me last night?
Yeah, this is something I could easily see myself flying for the fun of it.
Yeah. I don't know. 23 mils, 37 mil low ammo count. I don't know whether I think I'd fly it and spade it, but I think I still prefer the Yak 30 or something like that, or the Yak Dean. But just really likes to overheat those engines though when you're 100%. But given the speed that I'm reaching, I'm at 820 now.
Well, I'm about to crash mine.
Yeah, I'm just doing a quick loop over the ocean and then doing a note of.
Oh, no, it didn't. Wow. Okay, these engines are pretty good. It managed to actually start pulling me faster. Yeah, okay. It spooled up in time, pulled me around the turn, and I'm going to be trying to touch down at 340 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, the tuning is actually really good on this as well now. You can easily recover from like a dive where you've been blacked out, and then at the last minute pull up before you hit the water. And it glides really well. I mean, I've put myself on 0% throttle, and I'm losing speed steadily. I'm out on the ocean on the deck, so I'm flying flat and level, but it's gliding pretty well.
Well, I can tell you one thing it doesn't do well, and that's stop.
Yeah.
Okay, come on, come on, come on. I'm about to run into a wall. Stop, stop. Oh, it bounced up the wall. It wasn't a wall. It was actually a berm.
Yeah, I can see it on your stream. So I am still gliding. So since I last said when I turned my engine off, I was at about 407 kilometers. I've literally just hit 307 now.
Well, it's a pretty good glider then.
Yeah. Just currently landing it on a road in the middle of nowhere. See how it does on rough terrain.
I just found out how it did on rough terrain, and it did pretty darn well. 7.0.
7.0.
7.0.
I can see this one going maybe up to 7.3. I can see this going easily against the F80s. And,
Yeah, but it also puts it in a
nothing
position
else.
where it's not actually competing with the Yak 23 in this lineup.
Hmm.
Because you'd be able to actually bring a lower lineup of tanks in this plane without having to up tier something or mess with the Yak 23.
True. Right. Well, I believe last but not least is the air tree for the Russians is the new swing wing Su-17M.
Yes, indeed. Have they actually made the swing wings do anything yet?
I don't know. I can't test fly.
I can't either.
It's one of the things that I need to actually go down. I was looking at going down the Su-7s as soon as I unlocked the Yak-38M, and I am so close to the Yak-38M now, but just haven't managed to do it before the stream.
Well, quick rundown of the ordnance options here. We got good bombs, R-60 rockets. Sorry, that's air-to-air missiles. A couple of different bomb options. S-8KO rockets. S-24 rockets. KH-29L rockets. KH-25s, KH-23Ms.
That reminds me, you've got your A7D, haven't you?
On the live server, they apparently pulled
Yeah.
the stuff on this before I got it.
Yeah, they always do. Does the A7D have the Gao cannons currently?
Let me see. Well, I mean, I can just take a look at the A7D on the dev server.
Because I noticed that the A7D had the 30mm cannons, which have a really nice 102mm pen at, or actually more realistic, 75mm pen at 1,000 meters, which is better than what the Mark 103s are for the Germans. But it's secondary weapons option.
Yeah, they've got the 30mm ammunition. They've got the GPU 5A gun pods. Looks like.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they're new or whether they're already on live.
Oh, okay. No, I don't know for sure.
Fair dues. But anyways, yeah. So Su-17M2. Can't really say much about this. I can't test fly it yet. I feel like it's going to be more of a ground pounder than an actual fighter.
Mitch says it's already on live.
Ah, brilliant.
All right. He also says the wings move now, apparently, and they also change your flight model and automatically change with speed. Thank you very much.
That is pretty cool. But yeah, hopefully Tornado. Come on, bring it.
Already got your chickens before they hatched, huh?
Yeah, well.
All right, so we got a PR-50 in the USSR tree, premium.
So, yep. Now, we do have a PR-50 in the normal tech tree. Difference between the two of these is the... So, I'm going to try and pronounce this properly. Rusamafka, I believe it's pronounced.
Sounds good to me.
Which actually means Wolverine in Russian.
Sweet.
So it's got two dual 25mm cannons, and it also has the RB 2500 rocket launcher. Now, I'm actually going to go for a test sale because I want to use said rocket launcher.
Let's see.
But it's a nice looking ship. It is a nice looking ship. So where is said rocket launcher? I believe they're just going to be... Wait, where did that fire? Oh, Okay. So it's like the. They make me think of. Alright, let's turn everyone.
Where is it shooting from?
It's
Oh, there it is.
front of the bridge.
Yep.
Right, that's what I wanted.
Yeah, those rockets
So-
go for a flight.
Oh. Okay, so let's try.
They don't really seem to be all that controllable, admittedly.
You can, if you use your distance correction, you lock onto a target and you actually like change the distance correction. You can actually get the rocket to fly towards the ship, sort of. Bit difficult to control, but you can do it.
Do you have to use your keys to guide it or something?
No, it's basically it's literally like a just firing a rocket from an aircraft. But basically, do you know when you're shooting your main cannons at an enemy ship and you lock on?
Yeah.
You've got to basically you do that, and then you've got to use the rocket reticle to kind of walk it into the target. Now, I believe the rockets have a maximum range on them, because these seem to be just exploding in thin air at the moment. Let's try shoot one really high up. Just track it. Okay, maybe not. Oh, yep, there you go. Yeah, they self-detonate at a certain range, so you might not be able to hit the massive destroyer without sailing to it, but you can try and hit this little PT boat thing, sailing circles around us.
Okay. So the steak enchiladas
Oh, I got a close-up
take
there.
like 40 minutes to cook. But there's like 16 burritos ready.
So basically, dinner's ready.
Yeah.
Okay, go
A
ahead and
bit
call dinner
difficult
and have somebody
to
bring you
aim,
some, okay?
I'll say that now. Especially on a small target that's doing circles around you. But let's sail it over to one of the big destroyers and see what happens.
Dinner time. Yep.
Also, I don't know about you, but is it me or does that look like there's some bombs on the deck behind the rear turret?
It looks kind of like depth charges or something like that. But there's no launcher either, so, you know.
I mean, you can have depth charge launch. No, you have torpedoes on this, I believe. Yeah, it's torpedoes.
Oh, but look at the design of the... Okay, yes. Look at the design of the kind of like tracks that go on either side of the deck. It looks like you could just whip one of those out, throw it on that track, and it would go right off the end of the boat, because they've got little ramps there at the end. Wonder if that's what those are for.
Yeah.
They might be bomb-laying tracks.
Or maybe... What is this frigate? Hang on. So this is the Rigo class frigate. They was an escort ship. Yeah, it's an escort ship. Maybe they're like sensors or stuff for picking up submarines or something.
Towed sonar arrays, maybe?
Maybe. I mean, I know the British used something similar in World War II. But one of the things that I did notice is, so all the Project 50s frigates, all of them had the two 25mm dual cannons. on board. However, the actual Project 50 in the tech tree does not. So that is something that is incorrect for Gaijin, and they need to sort that out. But also, what is with that? I'm just wondering what is with that little triangular section on the radar. Is that where the nose of our ship is? No.
I don't know. Mine's not.
Oh.
That's surface targets.
That's the back of the ship. The radar. The back of the ship is be like your.
Oh, it's slightly blocked by the by that antenna array.
Yeah. That was starting to bug me for a while. But so Spy's not exactly fast. I'm finding out so far.
Yeah, it's only pulling in about 33 kilometers per hour.
But
all right, well, I'm done with that.
I don't know where those went actually. Kind of want to shoot a destroyer with this. So how far away am I? 2,300 meters, closing fast.
Okay.
But I should be able to hit now. Fire! Fire the Russian the Shreks. What was those rocket, like multi-rocket launchers they used in World War II? The Germans, like it was literally just a load of tubes with rockets inside.
Well, Panzerwerfers, something Werfer. I still think
Launchers. We'll call them the waffle launchers. But that's what this makes me think of. So far, gotta say, these if you can actually hit a ship with them, no matter the size, it's like hitting it with a bomb.
So pretty effective then.
Yeah, pretty effective, I'd say. But yeah, so the normal Project 50 should have those 25mm cannons as well. But
Nebelwerfer. Thank you, Mitch.
That's it. But Mitch should be on here with us.
I know, seriously.
But yeah. Anyways, so the Rusamacher, I believe it's called, should only have the rocket launchers as a difference from the normal Tech Tree Project 50. But hey ho. Gaijin. Now, I believe that is everything for Russia.
Yes, indeed.
Is there anything on the dev list? Changes for Russia.
Let's see.
KA-52 onboard defense system L370 with incoherent suppression station has added. Joy.
Okay, is that some kind of like incoherent suppression station? Maybe it's supposed to be like a IR Dazzler type thing?
Yeah. Supposed to basically be something similar to, do you know what they brought for the tanks? For which of the Russian tanks that's got the basically eyes? T-72?
Yeah, those are the IR Dazzlers.
Yeah, the IR Dazzlers. That's it. It's supposed to be basically like that. Naval, quite a lot of. Oh, here you go. The Air Class Attacker has been renamed to Strike Aircraft. The definition of attacker was mainly used in Soviet and American aircraft construction schools, but within the game, the vehicles of these classes get a number of advantages in comparison to strike fighters. So they've brought out a new attacker aircraft have increased rewards for destroying ground and surface targets, reduced reloading time of the suspended weaponry in AB, Separated from fighters' respawn scores multiplier in ground RB. So the list of aircraft moved to the strike aircraft that have lost these for the Russians is P3, the E version, the standard P3, and the P3 Bears. The Tismar is now a strike aircraft, not a ground attacker. The Yak-38 and the premium Yak-38, the two Su-7s are now strike fighters and no longer get the bonus to the increased rewards from destroying ground and surface targets.
So it's a nerf, basically. It's a flat out nerf.
Reward, yeah. It's a nerf on your reward. It's telling you stop being a wuss and go shoot someone down.
And on the American side, that includes the FJ4Bs, both of them, the AV-8C and A, the F3D1, the F84B and G and F. In Germany, the BF110s and ME410s, DO335s, and some variants of the ME262, HE219, and the Focke-Wulf 190 F8 are all getting that new designation.
F84F.
Yeah, F84F, but I mentioned that on US.
Yeah.
Russia, you mentioned those.
Germany.
Oh, yeah. Germany
Right,
suffers.
So Britain.
Well, they've added a couple new armored cars.
They've added in a lot of new stuff for Britain. There's even a new ATGM launcher.
Yes, the South African tree.
Yep. But I would like to start with the ZA-35 just because this thing is ridiculously big. Unless you've already started on something else.
No, I was just playing around while I was waiting.
Okay, so looking at the ZA-35, it's like someone decided to take a giant, massive radiator and boast to the world that they've got it. And so they've stuck it on a massive scalding platform on the top of a freaking turret. It's huge.
Which one is this again?
The ZA-35, the new South African AA gun.
The AA gun. Okay, sorry, I was looking
Yes.
in that tree and...
Nope, it's after the marksman.
Oh, yes, I remember that thing. Yeah, uh-huh.
It's literally like someone's just like, I've got the grill or the radiator or whatever, and just like, fine.
The fact that they don't allow you to put like actual flags over the top of these things is a very sad moment right here, because that would be where everyone would mount their national flag and drape it in the breeze.
Now, I am kind of concerned about one thing here. And that is due to the height of that search radar and the armor of the top of your turret, I feel like a HE shell could potentially slap into that and, go into your turret and kill your crew. I mean, actually, I'm going to quickly check it in the picture analysis, because I feel like if you have... What do we think? German? Get the T-55AM? Or actually, let's go Sherm.
I went with the M551's HE shell just for the fun of it.
So... ATGM. Oh, okay, most of the...
There's no connection between that and the main device, so I think it's probably not a big deal.
You get one or two shells ricocheting down into towards a turret, but nothing goes through. So, what about if we used a HE shell? So, what's got a big? Go.
That's why I picked the M551. So.
Go 10M. No, let's go IS-7. Just because I like the IS-7. So IS-7, and we've got the high explosive shell. Big gun. Penetration is possible. But penetration of what? Okay, so yeah, no, you're good. It won't. You can't get hit in the radar whilst that thing's stood up. and take damage. Now, the 35mm cannon isn't actually an African built copy of the 35 Orlican that is on the Chieftain Marksman or the God or anything like that. It's actually a cannon that's built by Africa, surprisingly. So you don't get the saber rounds, but you do get 68mm of armor pen at 10 meters, 52mm at 500 meters. You're still going to get through the side of tanks at 8.3 above most MBTs you come across. You can still go through the backs. You can still take out barrels. Turret rotation is hands down amazing. You do get engine smoke as well, which means that you can hide from the pesky new ATGMs that are coming in, the Beam Riders. Now, the lock-on function on this, I don't know if it's actually got lock because it's not actually working in the dev server yet. There we go. Managed to get it. But, yeah. Very, very high profile. Even when the radar isn't, you're still a very high profile tank for that turret. Speed's decent. Off-road performance is decent. 42 kilometers an hour across fields at the moment, still getting a bit faster. Maneuverability is you can turn quite sharp. Not as sharp as like an R3 or anything like that, but it's not going to cause you many problems. Especially if you play it as an BAA primarily and go behind people, stay at the back of your team and everything. You can fold the radar down, which does fold neatly down behind your turret. So you can lower your profile if you want, but you still. I'd be surprised if you can find a road or a trench deep enough to hide your tank in.
It is not going to be stealthy. You're going to have to be behind a building, basically.
Yeah. Did you end your stream?
No, it's still going.
Oh, I was just wondering because there was no movement or anything, and I'd lost the picture.
Here,
But
I've now done a whole bunch of moving.
fair dues. But yeah, you can reliably, like I just did, go through a. I cannot aim to say. Oh, there we go. But yeah, you can reliably go through main battle tanks side of them. It's mainly going to be your lower BR vehicles where you actually have decent side armor on your medium tanks, and your heavy tanks you're not going to be able to go through any heavy tanks at all. Side armor, so you kind of are going to have to play this tank by ear as a mobile tank destroyer. It's not going to be like an R3 T20. You're just too big for that. But should be an interesting one to play. I was hoping that it was going to be something different, like going to be a lower profile, so that you'd have something not as big as the frigging skyscraper of a Chieftain Marksman to book around, but at least you've got mobility compared to the Chieftain Marksman. That's the main thing.
I gotta ask, what makes this worth an 8.3 BR instead of an 8.0?
Gaijin thinks it's 8.3. I don't know. I really don't know, mate. I couldn't answer that for you because no saber shells, 68mm of pen at 10-meter range, which you only get one magazine of 600 rounds, no spare mag or anything to reload. So once you're out, you've got to run to a cap. Maybe they're trying to bank on the speed, but I don't know. I really couldn't tell you why they put it at 8.3 instead of 8.0. But that might actually help it rather than hinder it. Because at 8.3, if you get fully up tier to 9.3, you're coming across more MBTs that's got the thin side armor. Whilst, because at 8.3, the thing you're going to be going against most is like T10s and blooming T-54s and stuff like that when you get down to it, which you're not going to be able to go through unless you get behind them. So
Yeah.
that 8-3 could actually help it rather than hinder it, because it gives it more targets that it can actually get through the side of.
Yeah, less heavy
But
tanks
that's
and the
one
like.
way to look at it.
I will see. Maybe the optics
The
will
other
make
way
up
to
for
look
it.
at is, yeah, the optics are actually quite decent compared to some of the other tanks that we're about to see. The optics are actually quite decent.
All right, so let's start at the bottom of the new tree over here with the Marmon Harringtons here.
Okay, so hang on. I started at the top of the tree, went down backwards, so I've got to turn the page.
By the way, Mitch did observe that he thinks that maybe mobility would be what it does, and what gets at that spot, and the he thinks that perhaps you could get, if as long as it doesn't hull break you to get hit in the radar dish, it could be a way to farm spawn points by getting people to shoot you in the radar dish.
That is actually seriously, why aren't you doing this stream with him?
Well, for one thing, he's not on TeamSpeak with us, so you know. But I would love to have him in.
But so we've got the SARC, the SAR Mark 6 2-pounder. And I've got to say, I sucker for the 2-pounder cannons. I like them. Fast fire rate, reliable, they're fun. But looking at this, we have smoke grenade launchers at a 2.7 battle rate, which is actually a pretty big back there.
Love you, sweet.
Because you don't have to load a smoke shell or something. Armor-wise, you're an armored car. Very high profile though, so you can catch shells easily. Crew is very squished together as being that turret. The engine looks beefy.
There is something I need to test, because when I just took a hard turn at speed, it leaned way over. So I'm wondering if I get this onto a... Yeah, that's right. I'm going to go find me an angled hill right next to the water. I'm going to do a hard turn.
I'm going with you. Well, sort of. Going the wrong way at the moment, but... So... Given the fact that there's quite a few tanks in game now that you physically cannot roll over, and if you do manage to get it onto the side, they'll roll themselves back over. I doubt that this would plant itself on the side, you know? Because off the top of my head, there are 3 can't roll them over, Fiats. I've literally seen them drive off the cliff sideways, land flat on the side, and whereas a Sherman or something like that would get stuck, these just like roll straight back over onto the wheels. The Type 93. Is it the 93 or the 97? The
93.
Yeah, the 93. I love that tank. But
well, the thing that bothers me is that if you flip a tank over like an M18, it lands flat. It doesn't leave it sitting on the turret so it could actually roll back. It actually lands it flat as though the turret was never there. So you've got tanks that can't be rolled back over because they are so low to the ground, upside down.
yeah, no, but if you think about the 93 then, for example, you roll that onto its side, and you can literally roll it flat onto the side and have it stop on the side, and then it'll just right itself again onto its wheels. You go upside down, even though the you do have the missile launcher, it's not raised that much above the crew compartment, the cabin. It's not raised that much above that. So I'd be willing to put money on that this doesn't roll.
Well, I'm just about to the water.
But the recoil.
Well, Mitch says that somebody nearly got it to flip by blowing up an ammo rack of a Panther next to it.
Explosions are a different thing, because
Yeah.
I mean, You get a PE8. A PE8 can roll any tank. A PE8 can flip a mouse. I've literally seen a mouse get flipped onto its side by having a PE8 drop a bomb on the opposite side of the building from where the mouse was sat on the Alaska map.
Oh, it was close. It was close. Did a hard turn and then fired the cannon. It nearly went over, but it balanced it right back up.
Maybe if you were to on a second fire, right? I'm gonna try it now. So, which way should I turn? Let's go this way because this is a steeper hill. I think. What speed were you going when you was turning just then?
About 30 kilometers an hour.
Right. Okay. Let's see how fast we can get this to go downhill. So we're going 50, 52, 53, 54, slowly gaining speed. See if we can hit 60 before we try it then. 60, 60, come on. Come on, a little bit more. Nope, 59. Ah, no. Do it. Although I believe I might have fired you soon. So we'll give it one more attempt. Oh, you're trying to find another steep hill?
Yep, but nope, didn't do any good. That said, it actually climbs vertically a lot better than I expected.
Yeah, it does. And say that we're on, well, we're not, it's not exactly a muddy field, but it's definitely not a road.
Yep.
30 kilometers an hour coming at the moment. Shallow angle. Alright, here goes, last attempt. So 46, 47, let's get a steep part of the hill. 51. 55.
Oh, nope.
Okay.
Almost. It feels like it's gonna, but it doesn't.
I got a really steep part here. See if I can make it to 60 down this dip. 61. Going for it. No. No, it doesn't. It physically won't. So you cannot roll this by going 60 kilometers an hour. But, oh, I forgot to mention that ZA-35, the AA gun.
Yes.
Power to weight ratio, 23.8.
Should move along pretty good.
It's got decent acceleration.
We have two of them, one with a 2-pounder, one with a 6-pounder.
Can you manually take control of these machine guns? I don't know. I don't have my prop keys set up, but elevation of the machine guns is about the same as the elevation for the main cannon, so. Right.
And I think we can kind of just start parsing these out because there's a lot here. We've got the Ruacat and the Rottles, which are...
So the Rattle 90 is... it's got the same gun as the AML-9. As in the actual GT2 cannon is a license-built copy of the AML-90's cannon.
Right.
So it gets the exact same shells. As for the hull, it's basically slow acceleration.
Operation, it looks like the F8 Crusader did not get into the French tree, but the French are getting a Mirage 3E.
The Rattle 90 is slightly heavier, but with the same engine, so it's going to be slightly less on the power to weight ratio. You don't have a stabilizer, unfortunately, and the suspension on this thing sucks, so you bounce all over the place. You do have a very high top speed, 117 kilometers an hour. So going downhill, you can reach some tremendous speed on something like Ash River, but just trying to get there in first place.
Are you on the Rottel 90s right now?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Rattle 90 right now. I'm not test driving it yet, but X-ray mode, you've got. It's very, very spacious inside.
But the crew is all packed in one area.
You have that ammo in the middle of the tank. So if you use up the ammo in the middle, then yeah, sure, you'll have a lot of room for shells to pass through the center of the. But again, armor-wise, or what? Only 10, 50 mil, I believe.
Yeah, you can be shot by pretty much everything.
The roof mount, 30 cal, is pointless against enemy air. You cannot elevate, like, at all. The elevation on the roof mount is just the worst.
I have to admit, I really have no feel for how this is going to be useful. The Rottel 90, the turret rotation's too slow. The device has no off-road speed at all. Even on-road, it's, on the dirt roads, it's not exactly sprightly.
Your profile is absolutely huge. I believe the battle rating for the Rattle 90 at the moment is 6.7. Which means at worst you'll be facing the T-54s. Which you're not going to have any problem going through with the AO Metal 90's 320mm of pen. But
okay, let me just run this by you. Hilltop sniper for really tall hills.
Why really tall hills?
Well, you've got a large vehicle, and if you've got like something where an angle gets kind of weird, this would let you still peek over the top without actually having to jump up on the weird angle to get there.
Downside is gun depression isn't phenomenal, like the M901 or something like that, and B, you got to try and get up the friggin' hill first, which is most likely going to take all game if it's going to be a really steep hill, if you can even get up there at all.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, yeah. I see your point, and you. To be honest, I'm thinking maybe it'll be better at just shooting over the really high rock cover.
Tall rocks, yeah.
Yeah, but again, it's. The problem is your ass end will be hanging out one side or another. So you really need to. Yeah. So
it's like trying to hide a Winnebago in a sports car factory.
Yep. I mean, I have no idea what a Winnebago is, but still, yeah.
RV, a recreational vehicle. They're about the size of.
The one they use in Breaking Bad.
Maybe, I don't know. I never watched Breaking Bad.
I think it is now that you say it, but it sounds familiar. But anyways, yeah. So, I mean,
have you ever watched Spaceballs?
No.
Well then.
But climbing up the hill to the middle of Kursk, or whatever this map's called now.
Yeah, Fire Arc.
Yeah, Fire Arc. It's not bad, but you're a big, easy target. So, alright, I'm going back to hangar.
Right now, I just have one other thing to do.
Is that what you check to see if it was amphibious?
Well, I mean, that might be also what I do, but it's not exactly. Well, partially guilty as charged, yes. Nope, can't roll that one easy either.
Oh, you were trying to roll it?
Yep.
To be honest, I don't think there's any... I don't think you can physically roll
it is in fact not amphibious.
Right, okay. I don't think you can physically roll your vehicle anymore.
Then I'd better stop finding ways to do it.
Unless you drive off a cliff and at the last second just turn really sharply to the right.
Are you challenging me? Well, not today. Okay, so
Alright.
we've got those.
Eland 90 Mark 7 is basically a AML 90, except for you are half a ton heavier because you've got that little radiator grill on the front. And you got something on the
That
back.
grill weighs half a ton.
Well, something weighs half a ton. Either that or the freaking one of the guys inside had an extra burger or something, because you're weighing 6 ton, the AML 90 only weighs 5.5.
Okay, that looks like it's supposed to be like a bulldozer blade, is what it
Yeah.
looks like it's supposed to be.
But it's got holes in.
Maybe it's supposed to shift
Anyway.
sand. Oh! Hang on. Is it supposed to be a brace to deal with recoil if you turn the gun around backwards?
It could be. Actually, you might be onto something then.
He says it's to get out of sand traps.
Also, I know what what was the name of that RV?
Winnebago.
Yeah, I know what it is now because Mitch did say it's in Breaking Bad. But yeah, I think you're right. I think oh yes, okay, I see it now. Yeah, Mitch is right. It's basically you take it off and then you'll under your track and allow you to drive over it. Yeah.
Well, it better not be half a ton then.
Well, something weighs half. I mean, actually, does the AML 90 for the French get the thing on the back of the turret? Because it might also be that as well. Let's see. No, AML 90 does not have that box on the back of the turret. So that is also added. I'm guessing. All I'm saying is there's half a ton extra coming from somewhere. So
9 more ammo and it's the Lynx turret. So 9 more ammo and a different turret. So there you go.
That is. But yeah, other than that, it's essentially the ML90, same engine, same everything else. So yeah, but it is at 7F rather than isn't the AML90 at 6.7? Oh no, that's not pulled 7F. There it is. So the Rattle 20 is the next one. So
This is the one that's got the triple ATGM launcher. Or no, the single ATGM launcher. Got it.
single ATGM launcher, the Milan. So the Milan is only 530 mil of pen, I think. Yep. 530 mil of pen. You get smoke grenades. It's basically a light tank by classification, so you do get the mechanics as well. But the downside to this is, first off, the ATGM launcher only has 5 degrees guidance, both elevation and depression. So it's on a turret, so you can turn the turret full 360, but you can't angle it up or down very high. So for close vehicles that are above you or below you, you're going to have problems trying to hit them with that launcher.
Right.
And the ATGM is very slow, 200 meters per second travel time.
It can't be as slow as the ones on that Japanese thing.
What, the Type 60?
I think so.
Let's take a look. Customization. Nope, that's not what one certification is. No, it's not as slow as the one on the Type 60. Type 60 is 85 meters per second. I'm surprised it even stays in the air.
That makes me laugh every time, too. I should not laugh, but it makes me laugh every time.
85 meters per second. Yeah. But it is faster than the BAE Swingfire. But again, the reason why I say it's very slow is because at 7.3, even when you've got other ATGMs firing slower ATGMs than you, you're still going up against tanks that are slinging around Heat FS, and Sabot shells, which are traveling like 1,200, 1,300 meters per second.
Yeah, and most of them
So-
can react if they see you coming. I mean, that's really what it comes down to.
If you're in a long range sniping match with a tank, just back out of it because
Yeah, there's no way you'll fire your ATGM and they'll get 3 shots off before it'll arrive.
Yeah. Either that or they'll just shoot it down.
That's true.
The 20 mil cannon, the GI2 20 mil cannon is actually the same as the R3 T20's 20 mil cannon.
Yeah, and it's got the same penetration
It's an African
stuff.
built, license built copy. So yeah, you've got the exact same shells as that. Elevation angles for that isn't bad. 38 degrees up, 8 degrees down. Turret rotation is a bit slow. to be honest, in my
Lackluster.
opinion. Yeah, 14.3 degrees. That's about normal turret rotation for a normal tank around that BR. Leopard and trying to T54's got a slowest rotation turret rotation out of your 777 tank range, I believe, off the top of my head. There's bound to be more some other ones, but yeah, there you go. Centurion Mark 10's 14 degrees per second. Vickers is 19.4. So it's kind of middle ground. And for something that's only got a 20mm cannon and 7 ATGMs, it's a bit lackluster, you said.
Yep, and the maneuverability is not going to be that good. So,
So, on to the next one. We can skip the Rucat Mark 1 because it's already in the game.
Yep.
People are already familiar with it. So, the Elephant Mark 1.
yes, indeed.
Now, the Elephant Mark 1 is a Centurion Mark 5 / Mark 7, but it's got the 105mm GT3, which is a license copy. It's African-produced version of the Brit L7 cannon. I was just reading my notes then. When you've not written for like a year, well, not written frequently for like over a year, you realize that your handwriting gets really bad. But so you do get a nice 400mm heat FS. It is a rifled barrel as well, so you are going to be pretty accurate. You get the APFS DS shell, the M111, which I believe is what the Centurion Mark 7's slinging around. Not Mark 7, sorry, Mark 10.
That sounds about right.
Just double check that. No, sorry, my bad. No, it's not. It's actually better than what the Mark 10 is slinging around, which it should be because it is an 8.3 tank. It's also better than what the 8.3 slings around. So you're already off to a good start there. Armor-wise, it's the exact same armor as the Chieftain Mark 5 and the Mark 7. So it's not got any fancy armor or anything like that. Sorry, I was just reading something then. So it's got a lot more powerful engine though. So it is.
Bear with me just a moment here. I'm going to be yelling, so hold on. Kill the alarm! Sorry about that to all my listeners. There was an alarm going off in the other room, so I just told him to kill it.
I thought I heard a beeping, but wasn't that loud. But anyway, so yeah, so the Elephant Mark 1 gets a more powerful engine than the Centurions.
Right.
However, it's not so much more powerful that you're left speed, but you do get a modest 10 kilometers on top of your on top of the Centurion's maximum speed. So you can go 45 kilometers an hour as your top speed.
You can actually get there, is what you're saying.
Yes, you can get to 45 kilometers an hour. It takes a while, but you can get there. Other than that, it'll be interesting to see if they bring in the side skirts for this. I don't know. I haven't checked. It might be a researchable modification Because the Oliphant Mark 1 did have steel sides that were designed to block heat.
It is
or
not
death.
a modification.
Now I know that Oliphant Mark 4 has them modeled in game, so it might be something coming for the Oliphant Mark 1A. It might not. Unsure. But other than that, 8.3 should be a very good sniper, but at 8.3 you don't have any fancy armor, so don't exactly go brawling with it.
Right.
Turret rotation speeds are very slow as well.
So it is.
Degrees per second. But you got good vertical guidance angles.
All right, let's move over to the ZT3A2 so we don't miss it.
Yep. So I can't remember whether I actually wrote anything about this one or not. Yes, I do.
They've already done the dev blogs on this one, so.
Yes. So its default ATGM is actually quite a nice one to have at 8.7, 650 mil of armor pen in a trip-mounted launcher. So you fire one, you miss, or you only get the engine, you can instantly fire the second one. Or if just before your first one hits and you know you're going to hit the engine or something, you can fire a second one and let the first one travel to the target.
Have it on its way, yeah.
It's got a very good turret rotation of 35.2 degrees per second. Your elevation angle is decent, 15 degrees. Your gun depression, not so much. You'd think it would be better with it being on top of the turret like that, but it's only a 5-degree gun depression, so you're Russian territory there. You do have a fire rate of 60 rounds per minute, due to having 3 rockets you can fire before reloading, but your reload speed is 19 seconds or so. Is
it 19 seconds per, or is it 19 seconds total?
19 seconds total.
That's not bad then. I mean, really.
So it loads all 3 like a magazine.
Right.
But the launcher is fully stabilized, which means that...
Can you fire on the move?
No, you cannot.
So while you can hold on the target, you have to stop in order to actually shoot.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, your combat... You do not have a combat gear. So you can't do what, like, Rakuten Jagdpanzer, is it?
Oh, there's no point in the battle gear because it doesn't retract the launcher and it doesn't do anything like that. So all you have to do is come to a stop and shoot.
Yes, but sometimes if you want to kind of push someone, but still be able to fire, that combat gear is still quite nice to have sometimes. So you don't have that. However, you can... There's a slight delay between when you can fire your missiles. Like, before you can fire the next one, that is, sorry. So there's about a second delay, I'd say, before you can fire the next one, but you can fire them all whilst the other one's in the air. The downside so far, other than the same problems that the Rattle 90 and the Rattle 20 have, is you have very poor optics, which means long-range sniping is not exactly...
It won't be easy.
Yeah, it's not going to be pinpoint accurate. You're really, really going to be fighting pixels.
Well, and on top of that, you also don't have thermals or night vision devices on this, so you're going to be fighting pixels you can't see at distances you can't see at night.
Yep, you do, however, have a lovely 800mm tandem warhead.
Yes, that looks very nice.
To unlock. And as we know, tandem warheads are always the best ones to get, because
2 is better than 1.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about going through enemy armor that much. So that is about it for the ZT3A2. So onto the Rukat MTTD.
Yep.
Now this classed as a tank destroyer, but it does get spotting mechanics.
Really?
Yes. It also gets thermals and engine smoke. Does not get smoke grenades though.
I guess I'm not understanding
Now-
why it gets them, because if it's a tank destroyer, and it looks like it's going to be a capable one at that for its BR, because it's getting DM-23, DM-502, and DM-12, why would it need spotting mechanics?
Want me to turn?
Maybe they've got the classification wrong. Who knows?
Well, it is
I
Gaijin.
mean, I feel like this is more of a reconnaissance vehicle anyways, rather than an actual dedicated tank destroyer, but I feel like it's kind of one of those that fills the hybrid role.
True enough. But the thing is, it's a lot like a lot of the other 8-wheeled TDs that are in the other trees. Of course, some of those are marked as light tanks as well, aren't they?
Yes. Now, I believe this should get smoke grenade. And the reason why I believe that, because of the little 4-barrel tubes on top of the turret at the back. Those look like smoke grenade launchers. I mean, I'm not entirely sure, but unless it gets the friggin' what did you say that the Type 72 word? T-72?
IR Dazzlers.
Yeah. Unless that's an IR Dazzler, which it could possibly be, but I doubt it, then I think that this will probably get smoke grenades as well. At the moment, it's only got engine smoke. It does look pretty nice.
Could that be a remote optic of some kind, or maybe a? No, I mean it's got optics there. Because I mean, really, that's a horrible angle to launch smoke grenades at. It's pretty much flat on. It looks like you could rotate it, but you know,
Could be some thermal or something optics. But again, you've already got 2 optics ports stick up out of the turret anyways. You got the left one is for the gunner by the looks of things, optics. 8 to 12 times zoom, so the optics is going to be really good on this for long range sniping.
and the shape of the turret's going to be interesting. Let's see, the crew unfortunately
Is
sits
very
basically
low
in
down.
there. They're low down, but they're still in there. So yeah.
The one worry I've got is not so much them getting hit, because I feel like they get ricochet. The shell would ricochet if you tried to aim straight for the crew in the turret. But it's more of the case of the flat face of the turret in front of where the ammo is stowed. I mean, you've got an optics either side which can soak up some of the damage, but you aim either just slightly left or right of where the optics sit on that flat face, and you're going straight through into the ammo rack, and that's going to be the first stage ammo rack as well.
Yeah, that's gonna be ammo wrecked
So-
easy.
That's going to be always ammo rack is always going to be full until you're out of shells or very low on shells. So yeah, I feel like it's going to be one hell of a sniper, but the whole
Don't get
turret-
spotted.
Yeah, the whole turret being angled so the crew is protected. Yeah, they didn't think that through.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
mean, if they had of like where the actual ammo rack is, if they had of like cut the box, I mean, you can actually see the curve of the turret on the right side where the
Where the box was added on.
armor. Yeah, if they took that box off and left it at that curve, it'd be one hell of a sniper.
Yep.
Stick more ammo in the hull. Hell, I'd be happy.
And
with
loaded
longer
by
reload
hand.
time.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd be fine with a longer reload time for an angled turret like that. But yeah, I don't know. It's going to be. I mean, hell, maybe with everyone using darts, maybe that they'll just go straight through out the other side. Maybe the optics will soak up.
Yeah, it could be an
everything.
APS,
I don't know.
and that's why we're
I've
talking about
just got
IR
a feeling
Dazzlers and
that's
things like
gonna
that.
be the weak spot.
Yep, suspect
Kind of
you're
like
right.
on the Tiger's Tiger H1 hull, left of the right of the driver's viewport, left of the hull machine gunner. You shoot either of those sides, and you're going to get the ammo rack from the front. So,
All right, let's move on to the Elephant Mark II.
so this one's actually, I actually like this tank. So
It's
the armor
unique
is
and it's
really-
interesting.
It's really fancy armor. Like how they actually did it is actually really good. Now, first off, the armor is composite. However, it's not modeled as composite in the game. So whether that's to come later or whether it's not, then yeah, I don't know. But how they actually did it, if you actually angle your turret looking at the angle your camera so you're looking at the turret from below, you can and go on the armor profile, you can actually see the original
Yeah, the original turret behind there.
turret armor. Basically what they did when the armor on was they added armored composite armor packages on, and they left a space between the actual turret armor and these packages. So you've got your composite armor, then you've got spaced armor behind that, and then you've got your turret armor. So you kind of
Ooh.
got the best of worlds.
No ERA at 9.3 though, so you're pretty much relying on that to stop everything.
Now that's the thing. It's because I was reading into the actual design. There's a website called Tanks Encyclopedia, which is actually really good. Now the Elephant Mark II, it's got passive composite armor packages. That's what they're called. Now I don't know how they've actually got the values, the armor values for these, because they're still classified to this day. But it says that the entire hull can shrug off the feared 23mm armor-piercing round. So getting strafed by MiGs and stuff like that, you shouldn't have to worry about them going through your engine deck or anything. You can shrug off RP7s. The steel skirts are designed on the side are designed to prematurely detonate coming heat rounds. Yeah, I believe the composite armor is supposed to be better against heat.
Well, Rising, it is, but I'm going to tell you that I would show you how Gaijin determines the armor values on these classified vehicles, but I lost my D&D dice, so I can't roll any.
Oh, that's good. Now, I've just gone and done a armor protection thing using the Elephant's own Heat FS against those steel side skirts, and the Heat FS is just going straight through them.
Yep.
So, obviously, guys...
There's something still not there, yeah.
I mean, looking at it, the Elephant can bend itself anywhere with the heat. And Sabo's going through it anywhere as well. So I feel like the armor on this one is still a bit of a work in progress.
It needs something, because it's not going to do very well at 9.3, even with the DM63 round.
Well, not just that, but I mean, take the turret, for example. You've got 152mm spaced armor and 152mm. Now, even ignoring the composite, the passive composite armor packages, that's the main armor that the Heat FS is going to go through. I feel like like the spaced armor should still stop the Heat FS from going completely through, because the Heat FS is going to hit the front armor, go detonate, start spreading, space through that, and then go into the actual turret armor underneath, which is still 152mm. So I think the armor here is still work in progress.
They may not have properly represented the air gap in the middle there.
No. Now, it is, again, rifled gun, 105mm GTA. You've got the M111 shell again. You do have an even better DM63 shell with 426 mil of armor pen at 500 meters, which is lovely. And then you've got your 400 mil heat FS shell. At 9.3, that is quite nice, in my personal opinion. And then you've got a much more powerful engine, allowing you to reach a 65 kilometer an hour max speed. So you are going to be mobile.
That'll be nice, and that mobility is Mitch saying he's going to really like that. So at least you'll be have a mobile option for the British tree.
Yeah. Other than the crappy VFM 5.
Yeah, other than the VFM5.
Now, I believe we're onto the last tank.
On this tree, yep.
Which is the TTD. Now,
Time to die.
Nope. Close, but nope.
It's something technology demonstrator or something like that, but yeah.
Technology demonstrator. It serves as a test for modern technologies for South Africa. Basically, they was looking at updating their MBT and making a new MBT, but because of the fact that they've got no enemies at the moment, or at the time of them doing this, they had no enemies, and it was going to be very expensive. They thought, we'll build one or two, and we'll just test things on it, and that's it. So, yeah. But it's actually... I'm actually kind of looking forward to this one. At 9.7. Again, you've got 105
Good one, Mitch.
GT3 cannon with an 8.7 seconds loading time. So you're not exactly going to be the fastest, and you're not exactly going to have the best of shells. But you do have really nice turret armor.
That's true, and it does appear to be proof, at least for mostly friendly, from its own heat FS.
Yep. You've got blowout panels on the back of your turret, like the Abrams. And you are quite mobile as well, with nearly 2,000 horsepower, which I believe once
Nice.
upgraded, you will have over 2,000 horsepower. But the stats on this may be reworked because, again, a lot of this stuff on this tank in real life is classified, so Gaijin can at this point twist it and turn it anyway. But it does have thermals, which I believe are second gen thermals, I think. Yeah, so should be interesting.
Should be interesting for sure. Yes.
The Oliphant Mark II and the TTD both are lacking HESH shells, given the fact that they're firing British cannons.
That is true. I did notice that, but I didn't think about it.
Yeah, and even though HESH shells got a major nerf compared to how they were when they originally brought out, and then they got a slight buff, and then another nerf, and then a teeny tiny wincy buff. They're still useful every now and then just to slap someone in the face with.
It was an itsy bitsy teeny weeny yellow polka dot buffini. Okay, anyway, that's enough of that singing. If we can call it that. But yeah,
Right.
They don't seem to have them. I don't know if that's on purpose or if it's just an oversight.
Yeah. So, quick note for the helicopters. The Scout has had a... No, the Wasp, sorry. Just trying to find the actual patch note for it now.
Wasp has a detailed cockpit model now.
There you go. I knew you'd find it. The Wasp has a detailed cockpit model now, so I'm just actually going to quickly take it out for a test for that and just have a quick look-see-loo.
Ooh, that's a pretty cockpit, too.
It is.
Altimeter works. The rate of climb works. The rotor... Oh, yes, very nice.
So, Yep. So for all those sim pilots out there,
There you go.
oh,
Nice,
that
pretty
is
one.
thing I just remembered as well. The SU-9 and the SU-11, both of them have very, very good what's it called? Visibility. The cockpit.
Oh, you can look around really well, huh?
Yeah. So for sim pilots, that's actually going to be quite nice. But barrel roll. This is going very badly. Oof. Still get the fireball when you crash.
Well, I successfully landed, so meh.
Yeah, well, I was just trying to have fun, so yeah.
Meh. 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 Meh.
Right, so
Okay.
moving to aircraft. So we do have a new aircraft, the Attacker FB2, which is a premium. It's the same BR as the normal Tech Tree Attacker, I believe, which is yep, 7. Oh, for some reason it came up saying 7.3 for a minute then. But yeah,
Arcade, maybe?
it gets maybe I don't know.
Yes, that's the arcade. That's the arcade BR.
Right, fair dues. Still got the same ordnance as the FB1. In fact, it's the exact same stats as the F1. The only difference between the two of them, and this is actually historical reference as well, the FB2 historically used the NEAN 102 engine, whilst the FB1 used the NEAN 3 engine. Difference between the engines is nothing except for the NEAN 102 is more reliable.
Well, any moment now, the people on my stream are going to see a fatal error come across the screen.
Why?
My client crashed.
Oh. That's
Okay, yeah. Uh-huh. Give me just a moment here.
That's fun. But yeah, so whilst you do that, then I'll just go through the change log for British aircraft. So starting off, we have the Brigand B1, which has a wider bomb load variety. It's got more options for its secondary weapons. So now you can have 4 500-pounders. You can carry 16 RP3s and 500-pounders. Which actually, now I'm looking at it, is exactly the same as one of the already existing bomb loads. You can carry 2 1,000-pounders and 2 500s, or you can carry, and this is actually what I'm looking forward to, 16 RP3s and 2 1,000-pounders, or, and I think you'll like this now, Dad, 16 RP3s, 2 1,000-pounders, and 2 500-pounders.
Ooh, give me those bombs.
So it's actually, so whereas we had the Brigand before primarily using rockets and only carrying 2 500-pounders in squadron battles, it's now actually going to be a very, very good ground.
Very good ground attack option, yeah.
And it gets the 420mm nose cannon, so you can bring it in to counter people spawning in bombers early in squadron battles. I'm actually
Very
gonna
nice.
fly it to see what the ordnance load looks like, whilst you've actually got the what's called. Hey, you got a 30% booster.
Woohoo! Okay, so let me see. Back to the attacker. So we done with the attacker at this point?
Yes.
Okay, so let's see. Where do we go next? Let's see. Japan?
I'm just looking at the Brigand.
Right. Oh, yes,
Doing a quick
Brigand.
test flight. So, okay, I like this. I like this configuration. I've taken out the 2 1,000-pounders and 2 500-pounders on the Brigand with the 16 RP3s. You have the 16 RP3s on your outer wing. The 500-pounders hung right next to them, and then you've got 2 1,000-pounders hung one behind the other on your fuselage.
Really? Are they 1,000 pounders? So I thought my list only said 500s.
You need to go into your Brigand modifications and buy the ordnance.
Oh, right. So it's an
You've got
upgrade
to
I
look for
wouldn't
the
have, right?
It's not a module you have to research. It's just like the ammo you've got to buy for it. Which is stupid because if you're able to carry 1,000 pounders, then you've already got ammo for that, and you've got ammo for your 500 pounders and the ARP3s. You'd think that it just kind of carpool them.
Yeah, this is one of the things I hate is they just kind of make these disappear into the nether. You know, even though you've bought your best one. So
Yep. So the 500 pounders drop together, and the two 1,000 pounders drop individually.
not a surprise the 500 pounders are way out there on the wings.
Yeah. Well, that's. I believe they used to actually be on the opposite side of the RP3s. You know, when the Brigand first came out.
Even outboard of the RP3s.
Yeah. But they changed that in a patch update a while back. So. But then you've got my favorite rockets, the RP3s.
You love the RP3s, yes. And you're really, really good with them. I mean, honest to goodness, you are.
No, I'm lucky at them, and I just know where to aim with the Mark 24 spin. Or any single-engined aircraft that uses them. If you give me the Brigand, I can't aim with them for shit because they're too far out.
Alright, might be time for me to relearn it. Start bringing the Brigand on into squadron battles.
But the Brigand's actually quite a turning as well. That's the thing that I like about the Brigand as well. You can actually do, once you've lost all your ordnance, and you get a small bit of speed, you can actually do a good, decent turn or two. Put your flaps out a bit tighter. Put your landing flaps out even tighter. Put your air brakes out even tighter.
Well, I just demonstrated how I shoot RP3s. I took the entire loadout to kill a tank.
Well, I mean...
Night, Mitch. Thanks for coming. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I won't be able to see.
Well, you know, you've got your viewers, right?
Maybe. Got all of one viewer at the moment. I don't even think it's Stefan. I think Stefan is watching your stream at the moment. I think I might have live.
Oh, hey, Warning. Nice to see you again. Yeah, it does let you... That's nice. I mean, just being able to drop those separately makes a huge difference in the usefulness of the Brigand.
Yep. I also like how they hang down the fuselage as well. Because, I mean, you don't see a lot of aircraft that actually do that, you know? I mean, like the fuselage, you either... The aircraft that carry bombs that don't have bomb bays, you don't see a lot of them, especially British-wise, you don't see a lot of them actually carrying bombs externally down the fuselage. So it's just quite nice to have that new kind of experience almost. But I do like the Brigand. You can chuck around.
Yeah, it can do pretty decent. I mean, it's one of those ones where you can catch somebody with their pants down because they don't expect you to be able to keep with them. All right, into the dirt.
Yeah, I like the Brigand too much to just stick it in the dirt. I've just returned to hangar instead.
Well, I don't have that much respect. I usually do land them. I just wanted to be able to move on.
So the Harriers and the Buccaneer and the AV-8 ANCs all have hoods. So I'm just going to go into a test flight in the Harrier quickly. Oh, your game is flicking really badly.
Oh, that's just because I flipped to a different tab for a second. Hang on.
All right.
Should clean up right about now. There we go.
Yeah. Best thing to do there, I found, is just switch your game to full screen window mode.
Yeah, I was going to, but yeah, I just didn't get around to it.
Okay, I clicked OK without realizing until after the thing was loading in. Apparently, I had an ammo option for the for 20. I think it was 26mm guns on the Harrier.
26mm guns on the Harrier?
Yep. I don't know. It was when I was doing a test flight. But there we go. We've got a new heads-up display for the Harrier. Pretty awesome.
Oh,
Like
26 millimeter is actually countermeasures, is what it says.
Ah.
Chaff, flares and chaff, flares. Yeah, flares and chaff is what it is. So it's badly
Okay,
named.
That's new. That's new.
Yeah, I'm sure that's kind of one of those ones where they call it a weapon so it can actually function like a weapon.
Right, okay, let me, because I've got some Golden Eagles on the dev server for some reason, so I'm just going to actually see if I can, see if I need a specific modification for this. The modification is, nope. Okay, so what measures we got? Launch chaff, launch flare, launch chaff priority, launch flare priority. Okay, let's go with chaff. We've all seen flares. I want to see what the chaff looks like. But the fact that we've now got chaff as well.
That's going to really mix up top tier again, and I think it's past due.
That should also help with the radar locks from the Phantoms at the moment, you know?
It should.
Okay, apparently I've got no countermeasures. Why don't I have any countermeasures?
I haven't the foggiest clue. It may not work. I don't know.
Do I need to buy it?
You probably need to buy the ammunition for it since it's ammunition.
That's what I'm thinking. But no. No. Don't think it's working at the moment. I've selected it. It's not actually let me buy it. Install. Ah, okay. Might be because I had the what's it called installed. So chaff. Try this more time. See if we can get some flare going. Nope. Okay, so chaff. Unless chaff is a different key. Finding. I really want to get this chaff working. Right, so fire countermeasures. Wow, there's so many. Oh, so there's so many new settings. I'm just looking in controls now.
I was going to say, you probably got a bunch of them.
You've got AGM lock, exit selected weapon mode, secondary weapon ripple quantity, fire countermeasures, periodic countermeasures release on off, countermeasures slaving to more on and off, toggle laser designator, activate target point, switch mission bombing target. Loads of them. So that's going to be something new for the next patch. Everyone's not going to be grinding for the new aircraft or tanks. They're just going to be trying to figure out what controls the map to what key bindings.
That's going to be half the problems, is trying to find out where in the world you're going to be able to map everything.
But yeah, the HUD does look... are there any other changes? Oh, aircraft for the British that have been changed from attackers to strike aircraft are the Beaufighters, all variants, both Mosquito variants, both of the Harriers, the Firecrest, the Tempest Mark V, Vickers P, Hurricane Mark IV, the Wyvern or the Wyvern S4, Firefly, both variants, and the Firebrand. So they are now strike fighters, which I feel is a bit unfair for some of them, because some of them are like, for example, the Tempest Mark V and the Hurricane Mark IV with the 47mm cannons. You can't exactly go hunting for fighters with those. You could go against bombers, I guess, but hunting for fighters with 47 mil slow firing cannons isn't exactly viable.
Well, no, it's. I mean, I've done it, but you know, it doesn't usually turn out well.
Yeah, and then Mosquito Mark 18 as well with its 57 mil Mollins cannons. So I feel like some of them should be turned to Eka.
Yeah, but you would think, but you know,
Mainly the ones that are like with the big slow firing cannon variants. But now Britain is getting a new ship in the coastal fleet. It's the Whitby class.
yes, the Whitby
Frigate.
class.
So first off, not a lot of guns.
No, not a lot of guns.
You've only got 4 guns. You got, well, actually no, you got 2 guns. One twin 4.5 inch and one twin 40 mil. Do have a lot of torpedoes, very big torpedoes, which travel very, very far. But they're not very fast in the water.
So we're going to be relying heavily on your torpedoes from this one, I think.
Yes, the 4.5s are dual purpose. The elevation angle, they do go up 85 degrees. Whilst the actual 40 mil AAs only go up to 80 degree. Shell wise, you're getting SAP and fuse shells, timed fuse and variable time fuse. So, I mean, I feel like even though it's a coastal fleet at 4-3, you can still face cruisers. And the first of the dreadnoughts that are set at 5-7. So I feel like
it's going to be challenging to use this thing with the gunnery and torpedoes it's got. The torpedoes, like I said, it's going to rely on its torpedoes, and you're going to be hiding a lot.
Yes, but they are long range, 7 kilometers. That's quite a long range for a torpedo to swim. So
I do have to admit, they do have the best named mortars in the game. The Limbo Mortars.
yes,
Everybody Limbo!
I do like the look of them as well. Those mortar turrets at the back of the ship, they look really cool.
They do.
But and they're printed as well.
Yeah, they've got some at least some protection from surface fire.
Yep, but armor, the only thing that's got armor on this is the turret. And that's like 13 millimeters.
Yeah, I turned it on. I was like, "Where's this? Where's this armor?" There's the armor.
At 4.3, you're protected from
30 caliber
machine
rounds.
on your hull and your turret, and your superstructure is not.
Well, if nothing else, when they shoot the boat out from under you, you'll be able to return fire.
I feel like this is going to get down tiered from 4.3.
It definitely doesn't feel it.
It doesn't feel like a 4.3. I mean, what's the fire rate on those guns? 20 rounds per minute? Yeah, that's
Well, the
not bad.
Peacock's only got the 176 millimeter turret, you know. So the Peacock at 3.3 in the Brave class is a torpedo boat, for heaven's sakes. So, I mean, I think it'll go down, but maybe not as far as you think.
Well, I mean, the Peacock's got a reload rate of 0.7 seconds. The Whitby's got a reload rate of 3 seconds. No, 6 seconds, I think. Dual can. Hang on. Preview, X-ray. Is that just telling me fire rate for 1 gun or 2 guns?
Because he ordinarily fire at the same time, it would be the same.
Well, that's what I'm saying because it just says 4.5 inch, 45 quick firing Mark IV cannon, ammo 300 rounds. Okay, so it's telling me it for one gun. Okay, so it's 3 second reload time for one gun in that turret. So you're firing 2 shells every 3 seconds. So it's not bad. That is some quick fire rate, right? Especially seeing as your secondary gun is what's called. But again, 4.3 might be pushing it. 3.7 maybe.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm thinking 4.0, just from the numbers.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, speed-wise, it's quickish for a frigate. It's about what I'd expect for something that size. Feel like it's more of a support vessel rather than an actual something that was designed to go out fight. I feel like it's more like a armed supply ship or something. Merchant ship. I feel like it's in the merchant navy from World War II.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
There you go.
Armed merchantman.
Merchant navy. Yeah.
You know, I think there's some real options there for some of the fleet, some of the vessels. The merchant navy was.
Oh, shit. What would actually be cool is if you could bring a merchant navy with one of the catapult hurricanes.
Yes, that'd be a lot of fun.
Fly off. Man, I want to play IL-2 Stormavik now, where you can actually have multiple people in one plane.
All right, let's go to Japan.
Right. Okay. So Japan, we have 2 new vehicles for Japan. Or actually, is it 3? Because I think I stopped keeping notes at this point.
Well, I know about the tank and I know about the plane. I don't know about anything for
Isn't there
navy.
a ship?
IJ Isuzu.
Yes. So let's start off with. So we have the Hirosha.
Yes, indeed. And I took one match and quickly got this tank. Now you can't actually use it because they've disabled low tier matches. But you know, hey, we just work around here.
Custom battle it
That's true.
if you wanted to, but I took it out for a quick spin and a test drive earlier. It's not bad. It's actually quite quick in a line for something this vulnerable, you know? That
Yep.
straight line, it quickly accelerates to its top speed. So it's not bad.
About 23 kilometers an hour.
Yep, reverse speed is poor. But at this VR, to be honest, it's kind of what you would expect. The gun is very loud, especially when you ammo rack someone.
Yes.
I just ammo racked that M16, so. But
Oh, seems to sail through Sherman armor.
Well, I mean, actually, if you aim, yeah, you do have to kind of aim carefully at this.
Oh yeah.
I took it in a test match and I've put a couple of shells into the front hull, especially lower down on the front hull, and it just on bouncing or shattering the shell. But still, very, very nice gun, especially for 1.7. I think it is.
Yeah, 1.7. It might hold 1.7, but I bet it drops to 1.3.
Probably. Crew, I don't know though. 30 second reload time is not long for a gun like this at low tier.
Yeah, but it also isn't particularly fast or mobile. So
The worst thing about it probably is its turning coupled with its limited gun arc. So you don't want to get caught with someone trying to get round your side because you're not going to be able to. Even if you move forward, get a load of and then turn, it doesn't like to sling it round corners or anything. And to be honest, you've got thin armor, so you'll probably be dead. You're open top, so you'll probably be dead if anyone gets close enough. And you do have to be aware of artillery. But still, strong shell. I mean, that semi-armor piercing It's an SAP CBC shell that's got 1.3 explosive mass, which is the equivalent of 1.43 kilograms of TNT. That's a lot.
It is a lot of TNT.
That's like more than most HE shells. Actually, that is more than any HE shell I can think of for a 1.7 tank. Except for maybe the SU-5 for the Ruskies. But
Yeah, I think it's gonna. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I think it's gonna probably go to 1.3 at some point, though.
I have noticed that you cannot use that rear gun, even though there is a crew member in there.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
But that could be a hidden ace up at your sleeve. Enemy could kill your driver, take out or kill like all your
Extra crew member, right?
in the turret, and you can just have your driver left alive in the front. You got a little dude sat in the back, just like, okay, my turn to jump on the gun.
Ooh, I'm now the hero. I'll be a hero.
I leave.
I'm still alive.
He's just taking a nap in the back there, waiting for his turn to shine.
Oh man. Okay, A6M5. Hey.
Yes. So I don't know. I don't feel actually excited about this one, to be honest. I don't think I'm gonna really bother going back and getting it.
I don't think it brings anything new to the table that you don't have in all the other ones. Yes, you get some heavier armaments. Yes, you get some better bombs. It might actually at a 17.6 second turn time, and with the five total guns, this might be good squadron battles.
It could be. Comparing it, for example, to the A6M5 Otsu, which is the same BR as it and the one its predecessor. This one's got 220 mils, a single 50 cal, and a 30 cal. 250
That's got to be wrong, because as I recall, they deleted the 30 cal, and I'm pretty sure they left it with 4 50 cals and 120 millimeter. Or at least that's what it was supposed to be by the manuals I read.
What, the Otsu?
Oh no, not the Otsu, the Hay.
No, sorry. No, I was talking about the Otsu. So the predecessor to the Hay, the Otsu, it's got 220 mils, a 30 cal, and a 50 cal. It can carry a 250 cal bomb and two 60 kilogram bombs. And to be honest, both you and me know that a 60 kilogram can you can park it on top of a enemy tank. Turn speed is 17.2 seconds. We know it can turn faster than that with speed. And it's got an armoured seat and an armoured front screen on the canopy. Other than that, it's your standard flammable zero. The Hay variant, your time has gone to 17.6. And all you've gained from that is you've lost the 30 cal and picked up 250 cals. Your bomb ordnance is the same. So this is the thing. The rockets are under the to hit air targets. So your 10 Type 3 rockets are only 10 kilogram mass with 0.6 kilograms of explosive. So those are more like the R4M rocket that the 262 carries. You fire them at enemy bombers and stuff and try and take them out. The Type 3 number 6 rocket is 66 kilograms with an explosive mass of 2.5. They are bigger, they probably will one-shot tanks, but I don't think it's worth losing that maneuverability for the added what's called, you know? Added
the added ordnance, and the added yeah. I know, I understand.
Yeah.
It's a balancing act on that one.
Armor-wise, you get armored, you get bulletproof glass behind your headrest, 35 mil, and then you get a steel panel behind your chair, but you no longer have the armored bucket seat, and the bulletproof on the front is still the same. So armor around the cockpit, unless this is still a work in progress and there's more armor to be done. Night, Mitch. If you're still here to say night too. Yeah, unless there's still more armor to be added, because it says you've got armored fuel tanks as well. Now, I'm not seeing any armor over the fuel tanks, and the fuel tanks are still not self-sealing. So, unless this is,
I think it's probably work in progress since they just announced it. And this is also one of the ones where they didn't give you a Cube animated video with it.
True, but I don't know. We'll have to see. Is it really you to reduce your speed at 355 kilometers?
Yeah, that bug was the same one that they had on the first dev server.
Alright. Just thought I'd double check. But it'll be interesting to see next server if they've actually sorted out the armor, and then I'll actually take a look and see.
Yeah, I'd like to see it as well.
But yeah. Other than that, we've got nothing else coming in the air for the Japanese, I believe. I'm just double checking.
Yes, Seth, and I'm flying the hay.
So we are on to the ships, which we've got a new blue warship,
Not anymore.
which is the, how did you say that, Isuzu?
Yeah, the Isuzu.
Yep.
Just a second here. Hack service. I'll kind of give a quick rundown of what's coming when we get kind of through everything that we're reviewing real fast. So, and we're just doing everything in realistic over here as well. And yes, Stefan's still watching the stream. Okay, sorry. Now we're going to the Isuzu.
So it's quite a big ship. I mean, you can't even look at it fully from the side on. Long is very, very long. To say, what is this, a destroyer?
IJ in Isuzu.
Light cruiser. It's a light cruiser.
It is a long ship.
So straight off the back, I'm seeing quite a few guns. There's 3 5-inch turrets dotted, one at the front, at the bow, one at the stern, and one kind of just behind center of the ship, behind the air funnel. You've got 1725 mils dotted around the place.
It's basically an anti-aircraft cruiser because it's lightly armed for surface targets, but heavily armed for anti-aircraft responsibilities.
And then you've got 11. Yeah, you've got 11 triple 25 mil. This is just going to be a floating AA gun. That's all it is. Can we have one of these floating offshore on Normandy when we get friggin' enemy air coming in at us?
Yeah, seriously. No, I mean that's what it looks like it's for. I mean it's lightly armored except for some light armoring right down the center of the ship. No deck armor except for a small section in the middle. This is an awful lot of ship to put out there with not much on it, for lack of a better way to say it. And so I think it's going to be a target for bullying cruisers that are going to just outweigh it in broadside and have a huge target to hit with it.
Yeah.
Hack. My friend Rising is the Brit. I have somebody who's asking if you like to play the Harrier.
Personally, it's not exactly my go-to jet to fly. I like it. I like the history of it, and I do love the VTOL. It is pretty cool, especially when you're in combined battles, just hovering off the ground and flying over a tank, dropping a bomb directly on its head, or firing a rocket or something directly at it, and then or strafing it, and then going back from retail, but it just doesn't turn well enough for me to actually take out as a fighter against enemy air. It's fast, got really good acceleration, but I prefer dogfighting. I prefer a Spitfire, if I'm honest.
He is a big fan of the Spit.
I'm good with the Spit. What can I say?
That is true. You are good with the Spit. And he did ask about what aircraft is. Says where aircraft are coming, and he is playing Russia. So I do see the Su-9, the Su-11, and the Su-17 M2 are coming in Russian air. Wasn't there another one that was snuck in there somehow or another?
For Russian air.
Russian air.
I don't believe so. If you give me a minute, I'll quickly go back and check. Aviation. I think they only had the 3 for Russian air.
Okay. There was something that caught us by surprise. I just don't remember what it was.
That was the 262.
Right. Oh, that's right. The Yabo. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the new air for Russia on that one. So.
But yeah, so this is just basically an anti-air cruiser for protecting your battle cruisers. So if you're playing this thing 4-7, there is a battle cruiser that you can get up tiered into a game with. That's in your nation, the Icoma or Icoma and the Megami. Oh, actually, Megami's a heavy cruiser. Sorry, but yeah, there's the Icoma, which is a battle cruiser. So go hug that. Just find a big ship.
Find a big ship to sit behind and use for your cover.
Yeah,
a really big ship because you'll need it to hide you.
Yep. And that is it, I believe, for new vehicles for Japan. Current changes.
We did golf betting.
Japan. Oh, we forgot to do the ground vehicle model and damage changes. We can go back and do that later. Current changes for Japan. They have what aircraft is it? F-104. F-104J gets 4 AIM-9 missiles now.
Oh, that'll be useful.
Yep. Other than that, that's about it for that. And the KI-109 has been labeled a strike fighter rather than a attacker. Now, I believe
okay,
why? I don't know. It's Gaijin. Why did they name the person Mark V?
It's a crappy airplane. It really is. It's a.
What? Which one are we talking about? The KI-109?
Yeah, the KI-109. Sorry, but anyway, what were you were asking?
But isn't there something that is changing for the Japanese army that you're excited for?
Changing for Japanese. Oh yes, yes. The Type 90 is getting a 4-second reload. Both models. That's going to be their way of countering those nasty Germans at top tier that are beating everybody. But you know, since you've only got the one, yeah, it won't work because the Type 90's only got the one APFSDS. It goes through 491 at point blank range. The Type 90B does have same 481 millimeters at point blank range. So if you can't kill it with the first shot, the second one isn't going to kill it either unless you can flank it. And if you can't kill it or can't disable it, then you can't flank it. So I am really excited about the change. I think it'll help, but it'll help because you can put repeated shots in there to keep them from doing things to you until you can get to the side.
But yes, other than that, there is... Ooh, I'm just going to take a quick look. There is actually no other changes for Japan. I've just looked through the ground changes, and the Type 90 is the only one that's changing on ground for Japan as well. So that is Japan completely done. We don't need to come back to these, except for maybe just have a quick revisit and summary.
Sounds good. All right, so let's move on to the Chinese tree, and we've got the PTL-02.
So
This thing is so
I-
stinking cute. It looks like it's a toy. It looks like a toy. It literally looks like a toy.
I don't see how it's cute. I
It
don't like it. Looks
it's 6-wheeled instead of 8, so it's shorter and stubbier. It looks like a toy.
I do like it how the roof mount 50 cal is nearly half the length of the turret though.
It's tiny. This thing is tiny.
It's a
Now,
6-wheeled.
Yeah, 6 wheels. It's tall. I mean, for what you're getting, it's tall. But it is just tiny.
I've got a feeling that's not amphibious, although that front is kind of throwing me off on that. Because usually I'm wrong when I say a tank is amphibious, so I'm going the opposite way now. But I've just noticed there's a door. There's doors between the front and middle wheel on either side
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
for the crew to escape. That's pretty. So a lot of space inside there, a lot of ammo as well, but a lot of space. Things are very spread out, so you can tank a couple of sabot shells, and if you're lucky enough, and get away with no damage, or very minor damage to say the least. But your armor is paper thin.
Oh yeah, and the one problem with your assertion that you might be able to tank a few shells is the fact that in the one spot where there'd be a large gap, there's the engine and transmission. So if you're not getting hit in the engine and transmission, you're getting hit in either the driver or the turret crew. And there are 3 crew members in the turret, so that's a one-shot kill if you can get all 3.
I don't know. There's still, to be honest, there's still quite a lot of area you can shoot, and with the saber, and still not hit anything.
True.
And if you if you look on the front, if you shoot bottom left corner, there's a good chance that you miss everything, except for maybe a fuel tank, and even then, you've got a good chance of missing that if you
From front on, yeah.
from front on. So,
Of course,
yeah,
if you just shoot to the right side instead, because you can line up 3 guys on that side.
exactly, but that's what I'm saying. If you don't know that, then
The Cephin says that's for ramping up over barriers, and it is not amphibious.
fair dues.
Of course, Cephin could jump into TeamSpeak and talk with us. But,
Yes.
just say it.
I mean, I could drag him down as well.
No, don't drag him
Have the
down.
power.
We might have the power, but we do not abuse the power.
We don't? Oh, okay.
That's right, we don't. Just so we're clear.
Anyways, so we do have thermal on this, I believe. I believe that's thermal.
That does look kind of like thermal.
User joined your channel.
Here
User
he
joined your
is.
channel.
And he
Don't need to
brought
drag me.
Lapo with him. Oh, God.
No! I mean, yeah, Lapo. It's good to see you again.
Oh shit! There you are. Oh, hey, there we go. Oh, God.
Right, so it does have a 390mm heat FS, which at 8.0 is pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a saving grace because its APFSDS only goes through 220 at point blank range.
Yeah. But if you're hitting soft skin target at a very long distance, that could be better off than the heat FS due to better velocity.
Better ballistics, yeah.
I don't know if that is thermals or night vision. I can't tell. I think it's.
The
Hang on, let me get really close to my screen. Oh, that's hurting my eyes actually. I think that is thermals. I think. They need to change. They need to put like a little T or an N.
Yeah, that'd
in the
be
bottom
useful or
corner
something.
to tell you. There you go, Gaijin. Idea for you. Put a little T or an N in the bottom corner of the thermals or night vision mod, so we can separate instead of having to hover over it and tell if it looks if it looks like a reddish green or a reddish white. Mainly red.
Oh
But
yeah,
other
4th
than
generation.
that,
It'll be entertaining
there
when
is no
Gaijin
intent
decides it's
for,
ready.
China, except for the PTL-02. What's its speed like actually? 83 kilometers, so it's got a decent top speed, but at 19 tons with 283 horsepower stock, you'll probably let's see how much more it gets from its engine and filters.
It'll be doggy to start, but not too bad, I don't
55,
think.
26. So you're getting another 81. So you're not even making 20 horsepower per ton. So it's going to have the same acceleration as the Rattels, by the looks of things, or very
I believe
similar
it.
to the Rattels at least. Aviation. Now they do. I am so looking forward to this one. The F5A. I'm actually grinding out the Chinese tech tree. I've been streaming it recently, but this just looks absolutely awesome. It's. I mean, it is. It does look a little bit long for its wingspan, but it just looks such a beautiful aircraft. I really like it.
Well, that dart-like
I really
profile
like
was
the
very
fuselage.
popular at the time.
Yeah, the dart profile and the fact that it goes, it's like a friggin' woman's body in a tight dress. It curves in slightly and then goes out.
Now, let's not get too graphic here.
It goes supersonic well. You do have a low ammo count of only 560 rounds, but that's still pretty good. Ordnance-wise, there is a lot of ordnance. Absolute a lot. Apparently, it can carry 18 250-pound bombs, which I think is incorrect. I feel like this stat is still got a lot to work to. I'm actually going to Google it.
Well, I don't think you're gonna carry 18 250-pound bombs on a single mount.
So let's see what ordnance it could go. So, okay, wow, okay. So we've got hardpoint 7 total.
Right.
We've got 2 wingtip air-to-air missile launch rails, 4 underwing and 1 under fuselage pylons with a capacity of 7,000 pounds or 3,200 kilograms, with provisions to carry combinations of 2 LAU 61 or 68 rocket pods, each with either 19 or 7 Hydra 70mm rockets respectively, 2 LAU 5003 rocket pods with 19 CRV 7 70mm rockets, or 2 LAU 10 rocket pods with 4 Zuni rockets each, or 2 Matra rocket pods with 18 SNEBs each. Missile-wise, you've got 2 AIM 9 Sidewinders, or 4 AIM 9 Sidewinders, or 4 AIM 120 AMRAAMs, 4 AGM 65s. You've got Mavericks. So I don't. Does this actually have them on this list here?
I don't see them. I see the bullpups. I see the Mighty Mouses. I don't see the Mavericks.
I'm not seeing the bullpups on the list of what it could historically gather. So I carry. So I think this is actually incorrect. It might be a placeholder.
Could be. Could be.
The F5 could carry 4 AGM-65 Mavericks, which are the same air-to-ground missiles that the A7D is having when the patch drops. So,
well, you might want to submit a bug report to Gaijin just to show that you are paying attention.
You can have AA8s, aphids, AA10 Alamos, AA11 Archers, and other Russian/Chinese air-to-air missiles, the Iranian versions. Bombs, a variety of air-to-ground ordnance such as Mark 80 series of unguided bombs, including 3 kilogram and 14 kilogram practice bombs. DBU 24, 49, 50, and 58 cluster bomb munitions. Napalm bomb canisters. When are we going to have napalm in War Thunder?
It doesn't have any use right now, but it will be entertaining if we can get it. The cinematics will be awesome.
Well, open top tanks.
Yes, but we've got guns for that.
But we could have napalm and make it so.
What was that, Lapo?
Are we gonna turn in full-on Vietnam War?
Exactly, we've already got Vietnam map.
See, now what we'll have to do is we'll have to get all our aircraft together and then go bomb enlisted. So, we can just carpet bomb all of the players and enlisted.
Yep, and to finish off, you could you can get the napalm bomb canisters and the M129 leaflet bombs and laser guided bombs of the Pave Away family.
Did you say leaflet bombs?
Yes.
So we can drop leaflets onto the enemy saying it's time to surrender now. Leaflet, pamphlet, or papers?
Orange, while we're on
It's basically leaflets. Yeah, it's basically a bomb that has pamphlets inside, and the canister would like split and separate in the air, and all the leaflets would spill out and
Scatter all over an area. Right.
yeah, scatter. But the Thai F5s, and only the Thai F5s, which is what the Chinese F5
Roger.
it essentially is, could take the GPU 5A 30mm cannon pods,
As far as I can tell.
which is essentially a Gatling gun.
At 8:30. Thank you.
It's the GAL 13E.
Nice. So this is your
So-
baby, the one you're just dying to have on the patch, right?
This is the one that for the last week I've literally been grinding out, like every. No, not the. Last week. Nearly every day for last week, I was doing about 4-hour to 7-hour streams of me just flying Chinese aircraft, spading the Chinese tech tree. I've currently got the LA-9 to spade, and then I've spaded everything from rank 1 to rank 4 in China. This is me trying to grind up to rank 6 Chinese aircraft, or rank 7 Chinese aircraft, to get the F5 when it drops. Now, the annoying thing is they've just moved the F5 from behind the Q5s, where it was the last dev server, to behind the F104. So now I've got even more aircraft to try and grind through and spade.
Well, at least grind through. You don't have to spade them.
Well,
I
no,
mean,
because spading them allows me to get the F5 faster.
I'm just saying.
You know, putting it in the American tree, in the Americanish tree.
Well,
Yeah, with all the other F100, F104, F104, and F105 or F5.
yeah, you're right. You're right, because it is the Thai aircraft, and the F104s and the F100s are used by the Thai Air Force, but compared to the Q5s and the J4s, which are used by China, you're right. It does make sense to go in there, but it's just annoying because now I've got an extra aircraft to climb through. One of them's an F100, which I do not like, and 2 of them are F104s, which I know I'm not going to like because it's boom and zoom.
Yeah, you won't like any of those aircraft.
And the annoying thing is, at the end of the boom and zoom line,
I don't know how, but
there's a turn fighter, which is a golden boy. So you got to go through all those friggin' boom and zoom aircraft just to turn fight. Ugh.
Well, on top of the aggro crag is the trophy.
Stefano, you also watching my stream at the same time? Or is that Lapo?
I think Laporto's in yours, and I'm in Dead's.
I was going to say, because I've got...
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
So it's the kids then, Dad.
By the way,
Well, the divorce did not go well. We'll just say it that way.
over to a Deadman stream.
Oh,
So the F5A, yeah, it should have a lot of ordnance options, even though what is currently being shown as having is wrong. Doesn't have any armor, but just I love the look of the X-ray for the cannons. Just look how big those freaking ammo boxes are in the nose.
love it. It's going to be a fun plane.
It is. It really is. I am seriously looking, and look at the rate of climb. I mean, I seriously think that figure is wrong for a stock aircraft, but only 2,000
Right.
per minute.
Exactly. Be excited. I'm glad you're excited on that one.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's everything for China because they don't have any other trees.
Yep. For changes, what are we getting? So damage resistance has been reduced. So the parameters of the overheating of automatic cannons on ground vehicles has been revised and refined. Automatic cannons fed through magazines or limited capacity, 4 to 20 rounds, will now overheat more slowly. Automatic cannons with belt feed will now overheat faster during continuous firing. Damage resistance of track has been reduced. Now the tank's track should be torn by a single hit of the shell of 75mm caliber and above. And the material thickness of gun barrels for cannons of the caliber 40mm more has been increased. So the following vehicles have received new volumetric tracks. For China, that is the M48A1, the M60A3 TTS, and the M3A3.
Now,
Basically, the American trees.
Are you talking about? Are you talking about like tracks that have been slapped onto the side of the tank, or are you talking about the actual tracks?
Actual
on the
tank
wheel?
tracks.
Okay.
Basically, so damage resistance of the actual tank tracks have been reduced. So now a 75mm shell or higher caliber above that will tear a tank track with one shot, rather than this whole shoot a tank with a 75mm gun or higher and have it go yellow or red, even though you've hit
Yeah.
it with like a heat or a saber or something.
That's been annoying.
Yep. And it's just like you do that to try and spin the tank around and stop him and something like that whilst he's going at high speed, and he just carries on, turns his stabilized gun and blasts you in the face. So, yeah.
Alrighty.
Anyways,
Italy is getting 3 German tanks into their tree, and the Stug 3G, Panzer 4G is a premium, and the Panzer 3N as a tech tree vehicle. They're all familiar vehicles. We don't really need to review them.
Yeah,
Well, I didn't like money anyway.
Let's see.
There is one premium I've always been thinking about getting since the last patch, and that's the Celere, basically the Italian Crusader copy lookalike thingamajig. 2.3 premium at rank.
Oh yeah, that thing.
Mm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But
All right. So moving on to France.
Le Frenchies. Now, Le Frenchies getting 2 new tanks. So starting off, we have the. I'm guessing that's going to be Yakuza KA2.
Hang on. Let me flip my stuff up here and take a look.
It's basically the same as the.
Yeah, the Jagdpanzer KA2.
Yeah.
Same thing.
The exact same. Gonna have a stabilizer as well. Is not currently modeled in game. Has the same shell, same turret rotation, literally same tank. Again.
At least it's there, instead of
just like the Germans and have the Roland.
Right.
One. But the new tank, and I am actually kind of interested in this one. It makes me think of the TAM with a French twist.
Makes you think of the what with a French twist?
The TAM.
Oh yeah, I can see it. I see where you're coming with that. Yeah.
So it's only got Sabo, Smoke, and HE, but at 8.3, 360mm pen on a Sabo, or more accurately, 345mm pen at 500-meter range, because that is the average range that you actually engage tanks unless you're sniping. Armor is very low, virtually non-existent. You are going to be food for BMPs, but you do have a respectable 83 kilometers an hour. And your horsepower is 651 horsepower at a weight of 16 tons, and that is stock.
Now, check me on this. I am reading this as you have to deal with only having an HE shell to start.
That is what I'm seeing as well, and your Sabo shell is way down.
It's a rank 3 upgrade.
So, I mean,
what are you supposed to do with it with a 13mm pinning round?
I feel like that is incorrect. I feel like
there's got to be a heat FS or something that should be in there. There's got to be something that goes in here.
No, I think your Sabo is going to be your default shell,
and it'll be the only shell basically then. I mean, not complaining, just saying. Yeah.
Look at the British tanks. They're only shell, Sabo, Hesh. That's it.
Lightweight, speedy. It's going to be fun. I think that one will be a fun one in the French Street.
I am noticing one thing, though. The track is actually in the ground in the test drive.
I can't test drive it, so I can't tell.
Good reverse speed, 24 kilometers an hour. Which is something you don't actually often see in tanks around 8.3.
Sure enough.
But it's quick. I am kind of looking forward to it now. It doesn't have a stabilizer though. But
It is what it is. Still an interesting
it is
ad.
low profile though. I mean, take it up next to what's this T60, which is a very low profile tank, and just slightly lower profile here than him. The Commander's Hatch kind of puts me on par with their Commander's Hatch, but the actual flat part of the turret is lower than the roof of the T62, so it is a very low profile tank.
I think it's going to be a sneaky one, and that's going to be its claim to fame.
Definitely going to be good at hiding behind tank wrecks and shooting over the engine deck, because I'm just kind of sat here with my barrel literally sat on top of the the D62's engine deck, so yeah, should be interesting. Downside, weak armor, which means you're getting strafed from enemy
Everything. Yep.
aircraft easily. But should be interesting. 22.8 degrees per second, only -8 on your gun depression. Not bad, but not the best. 20 degrees elevation, which is good. No roof mount, 30 or 50 cal, so no defense against the enemy air, which is unusual for the French. Because, I mean, something like this, I'm just thinking of the Char 25T with that nice 30 cal cupola. But you do have a 6.5 second reload time, which is always going to be in your favor.
Nice, nice.
So, yep, should be nice to drive around that for a while. But I see you're waiting for me on the Mirage 3E.
I am waiting, yes.
So, let's go to it.
Looked like I had a brief
Okay.
hiccup in the middle of my stream. Says it didn't have enough data to, so you might have had a buffering. But now it says excellent again, so, it's tough cookies. Yes, the
So,
Mirage 3E. This will be a fun one, I think.
this is looking at the layout of the fuel tanks and everything. It's making me think of HE100 because you've got the fuel tanks in the leading edge of the wings, and on the HE100, it's got the oil.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Leading edge.
Yeah. The radiators.
Yeah. I feel like you're going to get a lot of fuel leaks easily with this thing. But looking at the ordnance, you're getting a lot. Oh, yeah, so this thing doesn't have 30 mils built in as its default. You've got to have them as your secondary. So you've got a lot of options to have the 30 mil cannons. Do you actually have any options where the 30 mil cannons aren't present? Yes, you do. So you can have AIM 9Bs if you decide that, or the R550
Magics. Yep.
I feel like we're talking about magic mushrooms when we're talking about that. R550 magic mushrooms.
Just don't eat them too long.
One thing I must say that I do like about the French options is you do get like the options to take multiple different types. Like you can take AIM 9Bs and Matra R530s, or you can have the Matra R530E with the Matra R550.
Yeah, there's a much better mix of ordnance.
Mix and match, yeah. Ground. So you got a lot of air-to-air missiles to choose from. Some are really good, such as the R550E. Maximum overload 30 Gs. Others are mediocre, like the AIM 9Bs. But
Yeah, the
those
AIM
will
9Bs,
probably
you
be the
basically
first
have to
ones we
catch
got.
somebody. You have to catch somebody by surprise to get anything with those.
Bomb-wise, 400 kilogram is an unusual number.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, we've got 50s, 60s, 100s, 250s. I think there is a 150 somewhere as well. Then it goes from there to like 500s, 800s, 1000s, 1500s, 3000s. So
Check me on
some of it
this.
is-
167 kilograms of explosive mass. Isn't that the same amount of explosive mass as the 1,000 pounder American bombs?
Hang on, I shall double check. You want to hold there?
Holding.
Let's go the F6F. Actually, F8F because that's got bombs. So 1,000 pounder has 240 kilograms explosive mass.
All right, just the number felt familiar. So, and 400 kilograms is 167.
You sure you'd? No, because the Japanese is an 800-gram bomb, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's weird, yeah. I don't know.
No big deal. Yeah, we got the idea. We
Yeah.
got a bunch of DEFA cannons, SNEB rockets, bomb options, ATGMs, the AS-30 Nords. We've got the Matras and of course the AIM-9Bs.
Yep.
I think it's going to be a fun aircraft. I mean, my guess is that the turn time's decent for the VR, but the speed is really good.
Speed is good, but then again, it's not that much better than the Mirage 3 Charlie, so I reckon it's going to handle pretty much like the Mirage 3 Charlie. I think it's just bringing more ordnance options. But then again, I just looked at the Mirage 3 Charlie and it looks exactly the same. So, I don't know. I mean, hell, the Mirage 3 Charlie's even got 400 kilogram bombs. So,
Well, slightly faster version of the 3 Charlie. Sounds like fun. Lapo, are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I do.
I think Cassie would be the person to ask.
But Lapo's here.
Maybe.
90.
And 7. Yeah, whole audience here. Listening to
Hey,
you.
we'll take it. We'll take it.
The engine. That's the difference. Mirage 3E, the main difference is the engine.
Okay, there you go. That's why it gets a little more speed.
Yeah, it's a little bit more on bomb. It's slightly better turn, slightly better speed, slightly better climb rate.
The French one, not the Swiss one. So it doesn't have. It has the French radar, not American one that didn't work. Or works poorly.
What, the 3 Charlie? Or the 3 Echo?
The French one is the Echo. The Swiss one is the 3S.
Right, so the 2 that are in the French tree is the 3 Charlie and the 3 Echo. So far, the only difference we can tell between them is the 3 Echo's got a slightly better engine. It's the same model, I believe. But just
Hint,
quickly
Gaijin.
double check. Yep, it's the Snecma Atar 9 Charlie in the 3 Echo, and the 3 Charlie has the Snecma Atar 9 Bravo. So it is just a later modification of the same engine, which is just giving it a slightly better power, which gives it slightly better performance.
Uh-huh.
Well, the Swiss one has little hooks, so a crane can pull it out of its little mountain cave and put it on the runway.
But other than that, there is nothing else new for France. Now, France is getting new volumetric tracks to the M3A3, and that's it.
Well, that's fast. Okay, so that takes us to Sweden.
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 Now,
Get our
Sweden.
IKEA furniture out.
is getting a new tank and a new plane.
The IKV 91105.
Now, I can actually test drive this as well. So,
Swanky. How is it?
I'll let you know once I test drive it. I'm just doing a preview at the moment. So, it's a bit swankier than the IKV 91 original, if I just pull that one up. So, as you can see, the hull is actually different on the front, and the turret is different as well. It's essentially the same tank, but a different tank.
So it looks the same, but it's totally different. Got it.
Yes. So the front of the hull has had a redesign. I think the hull's actually been widened as a whole at the front because the IKV-91 came in at an angle, and the upper glacis was more similar to that of the Russian heavy tanks, the IS-3, IS-4 sort of style, where it came in and raised at an angle in the middle. The turret is well, it's actually the same turret. It's just different gun mantle because you got a bigger gun in there, the 105 mil, which is a Bofors. Now, whenever I hear Bofors, I automatically think of 40 mil Bofors, and I expect this to have an insane reload time. This one doesn't actually disappoint you much. It is a 5.2 second reload time. Good gun depression, minus 10 degrees, 19 degrees per second turn rate. We've got quite a few shells available to us, even a APFSDS. With the sloppy round MA. I call it sloppy round because I don't know what SLLP.
I have no clue either.
stands
Don't
for.
ask me. I have no clue.
But we do get HESH. I like tanks that get HESH shell because HESH shells are always like just a nice surprise.
Fun and booming.
Even though they're kind of pointless. Oh, night vision.
That is regular night vision.
Yeah,
That's what a regular night vision was.
So I think the PLO2.
I think it had thermals. Yeah, PTLO2.
Was it that one that we was having problem with the?
I think so. Well,
Whatever
yeah.
it was that we were struggling with, or it's got thermals. Know that now.
Yep.
So I'm going to take this for a drive, and at the end of the drive, I'm also going to see if it's amphibious.
It's not, but that's okay.
It's just a generic test. You've got to do.
I know. That's what I always. That's what I always did. Is it was the last part of my test. Is I drive it into the water to see if it floated.
But do me a favor. Whilst you're in preview, what's that on the back of the tank's left side and right side, just below and in from where the brake lights are?
Below and in from where the brake lights are. Looks like a panel of some kind.
Yep. What was the? Didn't the PTO PT-76 or something have panels as well?
Probably.
Push it in the water. So, maneuverability. This is actually sluggish. Acceleration isn't bad, but it's not what you'd expect from a tank this light, this lightly armored sort of thing. Turning is not good. You are quite slow on turning. Not terrible, but again, it's very, very sluggish for something of this light armor. What's the weight value of it? 18 tons.
18.7. Yep.
Gun is amazing. Fully stabilized. I'm just driving along, putting everything in the front plate and going through.
Yeah, for 8.3, it's got a pretty good APFSDS. And even APDS isn't that bad. It's not a bad starting shell. The HESH is garden variety, same penetration as all the other HESH I see, 127 millimeters.
Yep. Turret rotation really does not feel like 9 point summit seconds.
11.9 degrees per second is what it says.
11.9.
Yeah, 11.9 degrees per
second.
second.
It because on my stat card it was saying 19, so I was expecting something really good, but evidently not. So one thing I am going to say now is that the reload rate is staying consistent. So obviously with that's got first order ammo rack, you get really good reload for the first 6 to 12 shells, and then you're down to kind of crappy reloads. That's an extra second or two slower. This really does not have that problem. Right, so where is that last? Before I start going down the hill, see if I get a long range snipe. There we go. Too low. Too low again. Range find whilst on the move. And a tree just stopped me. Like A birch tree full on just stopped me. Okay. I
Alright.
really cannot aim at this tank.
While you're kind of giving that review, I'm going to go ahead and jump over to the Fokker D21
Go for it.
since it's a premium, and I've already kind of reviewed it in a dev blog. So let's just go ahead and go straight into a test flight here. There are no ordnance options. It's
we go.
just a garden variety, low tier, aircraft. It's not really that exciting, but if you need that help at the low tiers of the Swedish tree to get through it, which I didn't find the Swedish low tier aircraft to be a problem.
The Swedish 51 was kind of rubbish. But one thing I did find fun when I was on the dev server last week about that aircraft was it's very easy to break off the landing gear, like you can in the Stuka, just get more speed. Chuck it around a bit more, lose weight, and it does actually help well.
Yeah, you guys, and you're ripping parts off the plane to see if you can go faster. I see how you are.
Well, it saves weight. You don't need it to land.
Well, remember, landing is always mandatory. It's pretty garden variety. I mean, it turns decently. The guns are decent. I mean, there's no standout aspect of this airplane that makes me go, oh, I must have it, unless I was just really looking for something to make some extra silver lions and help out with the research at the low tiers. It handles decently. It's pretty good.
So I can confirm that the Hercules 91-105 does not float.
I am delighted to hear that you've determined this item for us.
So, on the Fokker D11.
21.
No, D21. 21 that is. So, we've got... What 20 mils are these? Orlican... Ooh, okay. That's a new one that I haven't seen in an aircraft. Orlican cannons. Seem to be about the same on armor pen as your standard
Apparently I didn't move well enough to not hit the tower with the rest of the plane. I was trying to knock the gear off.
Do I need to show you how to do it?
And no.
Besides, the best way to do it isn't to hit your wheels into a building. You're going to take your propeller out of that. When you're taking off, just turn your rudder to the right, dip your wing, and slam the left wheel in sideways, and then do the same to the right wheel.
Well, doggone it, these are pretty tough little gear anyway. Oh, come on! That was like inches from the building.
Alright, got one off. Problem is I'm picking up way too much speed now and I can't get my nose down. There we go. Too much. Oh, too much. And Stefan's just posted the correct way of saying the sloppy shell in chat, and I'm not even going to try it.
Give me a second, I can try it.
Well, you're Norwegian. It's like you're right next door to them.
Well, still, it is two separate languages.
That I derived from like the same core language.
No, Swedish is its own name and language, where Norwegian is a mix of German and English.
Scandinavian.
You racist.
Yeah, racist.
I'm not even gonna bother.
You don't.
Because I'm streaming. If I wasn't streaming, then I would make you eat those words.
Okay, let's see. APF is Borljuspanser som projektil. So it's basically a razor panzer exploding projectile. Okay.
Breaking the landing gear off. Okay, I took the wrong one off that time, somehow.
Apparently the last three
There we
letters
go.
just mean projectile.
Projectile. Projectile.
Does sprang mean it's got a spring inside, or...? Right, so I got the wheels broken off.
So translation, you can spend 20 minutes trying to figure out how to get the wheels off, or you can just go fly the plane.
Or
That's
you can just do what I did and take like 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Well, I got one wheel off, but I also wrecked my propeller.
I got both wheels off, wrecked my propeller the first time. Second time I was actually trying to remove the left wheel and I lost the right wheel. And then I lost the left wheel. So, best way to do it is just rudder hard left, you wing to the right, and slam a wheel into the ground.
Yeah, I'll just continue to fly the planes intact. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's see. We got 120 cannon rounds and 1,000 MG. MGs are 30 cal, aren't they?
Yeah, that little BR there would be.
Ooh, I like.
Mom's awake.
Okay, I like it. I like the little pop sound of the 30 cals. Also, did you fire the 30 cals whilst looking at the nose of your aircraft?
Let me do that. Hang on.
The engine full on glows. You got to be kind of flying away from the sun to it though, but I like it.
Oh, it does glow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. How much is this air? Because if it's like dirt cheap, if it's like 700 golden eagles, I might get it just because of the little pop 30 cals that light up the engine.
Let me check here. Hang on. Okay, it is 700 golden eagles.
Yep, getting it. Next patch. And I will.
Oh man!
Off every takeoff in realistic battles, and yeah, flying with no landing gear.
I'm sure you will. I'll be entertained to see how many times you wreck on the runway.
Ooh, wow! I do like it. It does handle pretty well. It's quite fast on the. It's got a very good rudder. It's got an amazing rudder. But
Now,
other than that,
by my estimate, that's all the vehicles.
no, Stefan and Lap, we are not having that in the streaming channel.
Do I want to know what it is?
Stefan's basically typing in words in TeamSpeak and asking Lapo what they mean. And the fact that Stefan turns around and just did that in TeamSpeak, I instantly know what sort of nature that word is going to be.
It's going to be a swear word or something that shouldn't be said on live. Perverse or something.
Yes.
Exactly.
Because it's Stefan. And Stefan.
Yes.
Like
Do I want to go on TeamSpeak and take a look?
No,
Okay, I'm
It's
not.
in Norwegian.
I don't care.
It's in
He's going to
Norwegian.
No.
English.
Don't answer it out loud, but read it and laugh to yourself.
Okay, so we do need to take a look at the new map.
You can find these words, but that's not very nice.
Okay, so if we get... Do we quickly want to go through the volumetric changes and everything?
Just volumetric track changes. I think we'll just post a link to the dev blog in the video description. If you want to grab those, it's a long list, but the theme is a lot of German low tier stuff got it, and pretty much most of the American upper tier stuff did.
They've also changed the thickness of the cannon barrels, so instead of some cannon barrels being like 150 mil thick, some others being 75. Now, depending on the caliber, depends on how thick they are. So 40 to 70 millimeters thick. It used to be 15, it's now 20. 75 to 90 is now 30. 100 mil to 130 is now 35 mil thick. And 150 to 183 mil, which is the FE4005, is now 40 mil thick on your cannon barrels.
So they'll be a little bit harder to kill with like a 20 millimeter cannon or something.
Yeah, it'll take a bit more.
Yeah.
It takes some more shells or closer range.
All right. Yep. And I already have the link in. Do I have the link in the description? I think I do. At least that's what I was intending to do. So. All right. So let's go find a map and play around on it for a few minutes.
Okay. I'm just kind of thinking of I'm going to bring vehicle-wise that can move fast enough to get around the map on the ground. And it would help if I was actually looking at ground vehicle as well. Actually, you know what? I could buy a new vehicle because I've got the Golden Eagles.
That is true. You could.
So, what vehicle do I buy?
Like I know.
Because, well, suggest something. Because it's not going to matter because it's not going to be a permanent buy on the dev server.
I don't know what's fast and fun and high enough tier that the game won't throw a stiff fit. So, you know.
Well, I'm just thinking of what's new to look at. Yeah.
There was one you were thinking about picking up, wasn't there? Besides the.
I was even thinking of getting the Bradley and just testing out, like buying the new missiles on it, or
Yeah,
maybe
gotcha.
going with France, getting the Mars 15, that new light tank. That what's it called? What else was there? Can't go PLOT. That's way too much Golden Eagles needed. Could get Ratel 90 or the ZA35.
Pick up the
I'll
rat.
go with the Bradley.
There you go.
I'll go Bradley. So test. Boost research. Let's get that. Okay. Choose yes. Pick it in that. Aviation. Let's take. Let's take the P51A. I like the P51H. And that. Right, so Bradley, are you putting bots on the new game mode?
I'm putting 2 bots on the the custom battle, just so that if we get killed, we don't start counting down tickets immediately.
Okay, well, I'm just purchasing the new stuff. Alright, so purchase the TO2B. So I've got the new. I might not be able to purchase the new. No, I'm not going to be able to purchase the new 25mm shells. That's a shame.
Invites out.
At least we can try the new. New what's called. Right, we're going on same team or opposite.
Should we do let's do same team this time, because we'll have the bots on the other team and we can stay out of their way.
Fire one of those new tow missiles at you as well, so you can get it on the stream.
That's true. All right, do you want to go to A, B, or C first?
Let's go C. Let's dance around the buildings first.
Okay.
Default. So we'll take 3 of the TO2s. No, we'll take 2 of the TO2s, and we'll take 4 of the TO2Bs. I've also got an aircraft in my lineup just so that we can fly over the map and fly around the edges of the map, see what's kind of like cover and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've got a couple aircraft in my lineup as well.
I've only brought prop aircraft though.
Mine are both jets. By the way, from my earlier check of this map, there's no way if you fall in the water with an amphibious vehicle to get out of the water.
Oh. Okay. Right, so weirdly, I've got. Hang on, I'm just stopping for a second. Oh, okay. So there's. So do you know how you've got the little circle that tells you where your gun is pointing?
Yeah.
I've got a second circle on the Bradley, and that tells me where the ATGM launcher is pointing. And I was wondering what it was because it wasn't shifting and was staying in the exact same position on the screen. Whilst the ATGM launcher is folded on, so that's good. Now you can actually see where your ATGM launcher is kind of pointed as well. I mean,
Yeah, that's nice.
Confusing as hell and slightly annoying, but
These are Soviet-style apartment block buildings, you know, the old gray blocks. Now, the cap zone is actually the inner circle, so it's really small. You do have the cover of that fountain. And by the way... Sorry, kids.
what did you just do?
Blew up the statue.
You've just...
Yes, the signs are destructible. The one thing I'm sad isn't destructible is this door right here.
Yeah.
Because parking a little dinky light tank inside there and waiting for people to come out and try and cap would be hilarious.
Did you try and ram it?
I did, and no, you can't.
No.
That little booth is really stout, isn't it?
Resistant. Yeah. I'm gonna ram it, see if you can... Yep, you can knock it.
You can run through it, okay. This is a lot of cover, but there's a lot of long sight lines as well. So it's pretty relatively easy to keep long swaths under monitoring.
There is a lot of cover to run to and from, though.
That's true, so you have to...
What's that?
What's what?
Hang on, I need to set up my squad marker thingy. Assign button. Those. Oh, we're not in a squad, that's the reason why.
Right.
Damn it, Dad.
What's what?
That over there.
It's a government building.
Yes, I know, but what's that underneath? I'm pretty sure that's like a little archway or something.
Oh, yeah, I think there's a couple of vehicle entrances, but they are also blocked by fencing.
I know that, I'm just thinking maybe with the... Right, maybe? I like how we got Russian music for me coming up behind you to bunch you.
Give me a little push here. Oh, go, go, go.
Oh. You want me to? I'm going to try and your left side, put your toe hook up on. Tell your left side, turn your pole a bit.
I'm trying to, but it doesn't want to turn.
No, put your toe hook on.
I already hit it. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, go. How we doing?
I'm in. Okay.
So, with correct, you pulling me in or?
Yeah, I'm ready to if you just want to latch on.
Go. Probably not going to work. And I feel like there's a tank to the left somewhere. Right, okay, you hook onto me.
Oh.
Hook onto me, get my front leftman. Pull from there before this tank comes around the corner because there is an AI tank right next to us. Okay, first off, I'm laughing because I can hear the AI tank, and secondly, pretty sure that got us... Oh, we're actually inside somewhere. Okay.
Yeah.
The question is, can we get out? We need to get out.
I'm planning to J out because getting back out is kind of a challenge.
There's an enemy tank over, like, there, by the way, somewhere, because I heard his engine. I wonder if they made the AI smarter as well.
So there's two archways you can try and go through. And... Nah, this one's got big blocks in front of it. Nope, once you're in, you're in.
Oh, okay. So apparently you can change your missile type now without actually having to fire out your missiles.
Oh, nice!
I think, maybe? No? I don't know. No, okay, no, you can't. That was my bad. I thought I had the 800mm tow launchers. Alright, 7. But I thought I had the 100mm tow launchers.
Oh,
loaded,
did Stefan have to go?
No, he's gone to fly with Lapo.
Okay. Ugh.
So just J out.
Yeah, I think we'll just J out.
Dodge. You know, actually, to be honest, if you hadn't have J'd out and carried on driving forward, I probably would have been able to push you out very easily. Did you
probably.
put respawns on?
Apparently not, but I've got a lineup.
I don't.
Oh, okay.
So I'm coming in the air. So
Roger that. I'm going to go ahead and head over to Bravo. The
I'm just going to state now the airfields are very close to the battlefields.
Yep.
which
Oh,
for-
check the terrain. Make certain it matches up with the map. That was a bug I reported in the previous dev server.
What do you mean?
Look at your map and see where the cap zones are. Do they line up with the terrain and the location of the city? Your plane will go over the cap zone, but if you look at the cap zones...
I know.
Yeah, okay.
I'm flying over the zones to check now. Yes?
Okay, good. I'll check that. I'll double check that later. But the Bravo cap zone
Yeah.
is right next to this government building right here. It's a science and technology center from everything I've been able to glean so far. I love that they're... Hi.
That sounded loud.
It was loud.
But, so, flying around looking at this from an air point of view, you don't have much cover. I mean, I was reading in the dev blog for this that there was going to be a lot of terrorists just suicided.
You can hide behind this half moon thing.
Question is, can you blow down? You're about to, Bravo. But can you knock down the what's it called here? Oh, the 50 cal sound cool.
Well, I can't knock over the dome, so apparently not easily at least.
Well, I'll try and bomb it in another 2. No, I didn't mean the dome. I meant the building behind the dome.
Ew.
Because if you can't, then that's going to be a really good place to just sit and hold Bravo. You have to be aware of there's an aircraft strafing you and bombing you, but...
And again, apparently not easily.
Alright, Fedus, well, carry on searching. I shall try dump some bombs there in minutes.
How long?
2 minutes.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and move on over to Alpha. Now, while these two, Charlie and Bravo, are different types of town areas, Alpha does have a little village area, which is...
I think Alpha and Bravo are actually the same style town. It's just Charlie's like in a massive kind of courtyard outside a big building, and Bravo is just around a school building by the looks of things.
Alpha is actually a rather different type of town area. And this thing cannot go over that hump that easily, so I don't know how I'm going to get past here.
Do you want me to give you a bump? I mean...
no, you leave those...
Very forceful one, but...
I think I'll find a way. I'm pretty sure there's a road right over here.
I don't like the fact that your aircraft can't really do much ground objects with machine guns or cannons, you know?
Yeah, it feels like they haven't added destructible buildings to this one.
Well, no, I'm not so much about buildings. I'm trying to strafe the trucks that I'm seeing dotted around the place. So...
Alright, yeah, this entire village is like a ramshackle, like, shanty town almost. And it's got a this church-style building. Be a great sniper spot. This is actually one of the spots that actually makes sense from a battle standpoint. That church tower would be a tremendous sniper spot for people to look at an entire area.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm talking about, like, human snipers.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, all these buildings, while the apartment blocks are all concrete and steel, this is all wood buildings. And by the way, something fun: the crops that you can see down here,
Yep.
they actually do they do change the suspension. You can see the vehicle shake when it rolls over them. Not so much this one because it's a bit heavier than what I did the test in, but a lightweight vehicle will just kind of jump up and down and like going over a washboard road.
Right. A building that we was looking at before, I can confirm that that is not destructible. Whether it will change and they will add that feature, but for now, until they do updates on the map, that is, you cannot get through that. So that's the spot that you was talking about behind that dome thing.
Yep, that's probably a good cover.
Very, very strong point for
Small sneaky tanks. Yep.
tapping the objective and then just hiding there.
Now the area around Alpha is all low hills, so you're going to have to hilltop it to try and get a shot on somebody. But there is this long corridor right here with this basically highway. And that's a spot where if you're paying attention and there's anybody trying to sneak up on a speed across the map, this is a spot where if you can... Sorry for the sneeze. If you can get up and poking, you can snipe people trying to run down the road or across it. So you have a little bit of range sniping, but most of this area, the map is larger, so you're going to have to move between points if you're going to keep it. But it's also not exactly wide open either. I kind of like the general idea of having really regular cover, but there's enough long sight lines that if you are holding still for too long in the wrong spot, somebody's going to pop you from halfway across the map.
I need to import my controls again. Trying to do something and being a bit awkward. Oh, are you no longer an A? You
Huh?
didn't die.
Yeah, I just J'd out. I'm switching to a plane.
Oh, well, that's a shame. Oh.
All right, they did fix it. Excellent.
What?
What'd you do, Rising? Did you run into a building?
What? No, if you actually fly over me. Oh, I can't because I'm J'd out. But I was taxiing down the highway. So, right, okay, hang on. I'm gonna go get some more vehicles. But as you can
All
see,
right.
I was actually trying to see down the road. Thanks for bombing my corpse. I saw that. I was watching. You worry.
Hey, I waited until it was a corpse at least.
Uh-huh.
Well, the A4B still gets a pretty fast bomb reload, so that's good.
Yeah.
Now, this main road's pretty lumpy.
I think there's ref holes all on the left side of that as well.
Yep, there are.
So you'll have to be careful.
Oh, yeah, I know.
That is a fast landing.
It was a bit hot, yeah. Oh, you're in an airplane?
Yep. Where are you? You on the highway over by Alpha?
I am. Oh, did you change sides?
Maybe. I thought I'd show you superior engineering.
That's okay, I'll just show you superior airmanship.
Really? I did bring my spit after all. Oh, I was gonna come land next to you.
What just I don't know what happened.
You're having fun there?
That wasn't, I mean, just something suddenly tipped my plane over.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I think I'll show you superior airmanship.
Hey, I'm actually still flying. Haha. Superior engineering. I don't need
You don't need to fly well.
wheels. What?
Oh, gee. All right, let's see if I can get this thing in the air with a busted wing.
That looked like. Oh, you nearly went for that tree. Field.
Yeah, I'm having real trouble getting this thing in the air.
Yep. Every time you lift up, you.
Yeah, it does it. I don't know why it was having so much trouble.
So much for superior image. Yeah.
Well, that's because the superior engineering had already failed. Okay, so the map's been fixed. Looks like we got some mountains to the west.
If you look how close the airfields are to though, very close.
They're really close, especially for jet level combat.
User joined your channel.
Yep. I saw you coming.
Well, I didn't try to be sneaky anyway.
I wasn't talking to you.
He was talking to me. There's no close cover. That's the real problem.
No.
You're gonna.
that's the problem.
You might be able to pull a sneaky. Whoop! That's the enemy airfield.
No. Even coming in low, you. Yes, you've got the ridges to the west, but to the east it's completely flat, and there's quite a bit of ground between the hills to the west and battlefields. You know.
A prop might be able to follow the water though. Stay down in the water for that.
Even then, you rely.
It's rough. I know.
It's this.
You'd have to basically blast through. This is the closest cover right here.
Yeah, in a top tier jet, you'll probably be all right, but because you've got that speed, actually move cross that distance from cover. But in low tiers, no, or in actually not even in low tiers, in your ATAL.
Yeah. Since you hit the radar SPAA, your basically only opportunity is the fact that there are tall buildings and trees all over the place. And you have to just hope that those will obscure your approach.
I just thought of something. I wonder if the Harrier can repair at helipads. Just a thought. because
Well, you know.
can't go VTOL.
I suspect the answer is no, just because they aren't allowing aircraft to repair there at all now.
Yeah, I know that, but because it was basically if you could land there, you were getting air spawn very close to the battlefield, getting straight back in. Which in squadron battle we won't abuse. We used it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I can't tell you the number of times I didn't. But I think that if you can land your aircraft successfully and repair, you should get a ground spawn. And if you can take it off, good on you.
Yeah, it's not that hard. Even though the runway is short on a lot of maps, it's just like, for example, Sinai is desert. You take off, you're just rolling on sand for a bit. So apparently I can... Do you know when you damage your gear and you can't put your gear down?
Yeah.
Apparently the Harrier can still put its gear down only when it's got the wheels.
All right, my drag chute is separated.
Yeah, I'm trying... There we go. So, brilliant thing about VTOL with the Harrier is if you're missing your landing gear or you're critically damaged or you're missing a wingtip, you can
Gently touch it down like a helicopter.
You can make it back to the airfield and then just gently belly land it, and instead of scraping on the floor trying to slow down, it's just nice little plop down onto your belly, all done. But it's nice to see that the Harriers and the AV-8Cs are still having the bug on the runway where when you take off, it's like if the what's it called catapult assist.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, shouldn't happen, but still nice.
No, it shouldn't happen, but it's nice to see that Gaijin haven't fixed that bug.
And this Phantom is off the runway, the roadway, no problems at all. Now, there's just no way you're going to be able to land an airplane and taxi it in. There's just too much junk at all of the.
Yep, I nearly did it. I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna get my spit out.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you could probably do it right through there. Whoops! I don't hit that. You could probably taxi that road. Yeah.
No, I didn't taxi the road. Which is probably I turned off the road and hit the little farm plot and bounced my propeller away somehow, even though I didn't really bounce. We have an enemy tank on Alpha.
Yeah, but it's not capping.
Right, I've actually lost eyes on where you went. Did you land again?
Coming in for one.
Oh, I hear you. I see you.
The victory is near.
Whoops, that was a little bit too hard.
That was perfect timing. I literally flew past you as you friggin' broke in pieces. Right, where's this enemy tank? Because I don't want to land and see and then taxi around the corner and find an enemy tank, you know?
I've got one that's north of Alpha. He's on the road that's...
Oh, I see him, I see him. Turning back to Alpha.
Missile or guns? Missile or guns? Hmm.
You're putting me off because I'm watching your stream and I can see it me right now and I'm trying to rocket this plane so that I can land. If I can't, I've got... Oh, there goes my landing flaps, I'm screwed.
Uh-huh.
Well,
Here, let me help you with that.
Please don't.
I missed.
Where are you? Oh, there you are. You're just watching me now, aren't you?
I am.
I've lost you again.
Well, you really don't want to find me. I mean, really.
Wait, is that the BT-7M on your team?
I wasn't paying attention. It's an interesting map. What's your conclusion?
It's gonna be fun ground play for tanks because it offers you that option of kind of close range bowling. It's not full range bowling. I mean, there was quite long streets, long avenues for you to snipe down, but there was a lot of cover that you could run to and push up. So your heavy armors, where they take advantage of being very close to the enemy vehicle to kind of use their armor and smash him and stuff like that, it's going to be very good. The Alpha Cap, that's going to be very good for your long range sniping as well. And then the city's obviously going to be very good for your small, fast light tank. So it's got a nice mix. My only worry is two worries I've got. A, the whole terrain is very flat. even the tank zone, even the zone where the tanks are going to be going around, it's very, very flat, which means that you've not really got many places to go hull down unless you're going out towards Alpha, but also for enemy helitors, if they coming in, if they've set themselves up so they've sight down that a street, that's it. You're not going to be able to push down that street because if you do, you're going to get an ATGM straight in your face. Whilst before, like on 38th parallel, for example, there's a load of rocks jumbled around everywhere. There's like the river you can jump in and get behind a ridge, or the donut you can get on, hide around the hill. I mean, this does have a lot of buildings, and so far they are indestructible. But if they make it so it does indestructible, I can see people deliberately just flying in a PEA early game, suiciding in with a
bomb.
5,000 kilogram bomb, just so that they can later bring in a helicopter and just have clear line of sight. So that is my one worry. My second worry is aircraft. It's going to be open sail for AA guns. Prop aircraft, especially coming across R3s and Werbles and Oswins. You've got no cover to come in. You've got no terrain to use to get close without them seeing you. And a good AA gunner knows that he can waste a couple of shots shooting down trees in a specific direction that you're coming in from to clear his line of sight so he can open fire on you earlier on.
Oh, yeah.
And then you've got radar SPAA, especially like your ADATs and the Tunguska. Again, zone is flat. There's very little to stop them just slinging an ATGM at you from very far away. Unless they push into the cities themselves, they practically got clear line of sight all the way to the mountains, and that's a very long distance for you to cover, no matter what aircraft you're in. So that is kind of my only worry. It's going to be a very hard map to come in on aircraft to actually do ground strikes. Even if you do come in, you're going to have to come in very, very close. But other than that, it seems like it could be a fun map for ground battles.
All right. And I think your conclusions are matching what I basically came up with as well. So, well, I think that's everything. Unless you want to have anything else you need to address really quick, I think it's about time to close down the stream.
Ice Aaron's just asked for a quick look at the new US jet.
Oh, the new US jet, yes. F8U.
F8U2. Sorry, Ice, I wasn't ignoring you. It's just there's a bit of a delay on the Twitch, so when I see your message up and I respond, it might seem like I'm ignoring you, but anyway, so yes, the F8U2 is the new jet for the Americans. It is classed as a carrier-borne air superiority fighter. So we've got, starting off, you've got 4 20mm Colts firing down your nose with, I'd say 576 rounds for 20 mils is quite low, to be honest. It's a decent amount of ammo, but you're going to burn through it very fast. Your layout of everything, fuel tanks are not, I mean, they're not self-sealing fuel tanks as well. Whether that's to be changed later on, I don't know. But for now, it's it seems very, very vulnerable. It seems very flammable, this aircraft. I mean, anything coming top down on you instantly has access to your main fuel tank straight off the bat. And with it not self-sealing, if they set you on fire, chances are you're gone. So far, there's no actual setup for ordnance-wise telling you what you will get and what order they'll be in, but we did take a look, a quick look into the actual history of the F8U2, and it said that they could carry 4 sidewinders or 2 pods of Zuni rockets with, was it 4 or 8 pods each?
I think it was 8.
Yeah, 8 pods each. Unfortunately, I can't test fly it for you because I do not have this high in the American aircraft, but there it is. And it is coming behind the F3H2 Demon.
I've got it up on the screen if you still have my stream up.
Hang on a sec. Is it me or does the landing flaps does the flaps look like they're permanently down on it?
Yeah, I was noticing that too.
I feel like that's a kind of model bug at the moment. Unless they're permanently set like that just because the wings are quite small for the massive fuselage.
Could be. By the way, this should not happen. You see the glow inside the engine?
Yeah.
Because they're not mounted inside that engine. Well, inside that intake.
Yeah, I think the flight model's still a work in progress. But
The fire rate's not that fast. If you're got a little bit of trigger discipline, you can make them last for a bit.
it's 1,000 rounds a minute, so with 4 of them, you're doing 4,000 rounds per minute down range. You only have 144 rounds in your ammo for each gun, though. So what's that? 6 times 44 is 264. 864, so you're going through it. You'd burn through your ammo in about 13 seconds, I think. Roughly. That's some 23 in the morning maths for you there, so I may be wrong. But I'm actually surprised you're still up, Lapa.
Yeah. I was asleep for quite a while today, so yeah, that's the reason.
But yeah, so quick summary then to top off the steam. So going through the nations, the Americans are getting the FHU-2, which we were just looking at, the fighter jet. They're also getting the new M3A3 Bradley. Ooh, actually, do you want to quickly go in a test match, Dad, and quickly test out the M3A3's TOW-2 missiles?
You've got them, don't you? So I'll just jump into a tank and you can shoot at me, right?
Yep.
Okie dokie. Sure, set one up.
Okie dokie. So let's quickly test out those. Okay, so apparently, so this must have been taken from 2 weeks ago. Yeah, so do you know the actual server, all our stats and everything? Like all our vehicle unlocks and all that sort of stuff. It's taken from 2 weeks ago. Because it's, I just took a look and saw the squadron battles. It's 4.3.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
So right, sending you a invite. Chat's not even there. Is there anything else you want to see, Ice?
You have an invite out yet?
Yep, invite's out.
I don't have it.
Probably because you was in a... Whoops, that's the wrong invite. Oh, there we go. Right, opposite team. Bring a couple of vehicles that's got thick armor.
I got an Abrams. If you want thicker armor, though, I probably better change it up. Let's see. Army. Boop, boop, boop.
Thanks for following us. No, there's a load more for the update. We're just quickly testing out so the Americans are getting the F8U2 for the air, but they're also getting a new Bradley on the ground, the M3A3. And it's got new. Are you good to go?
Ready.
It's got a new missile that detonates above the tank's turret and showers fragments down, so we're just testing that out, and then I'll do a quick recap of all the rest of the nations.
Where do you want to meet at?
Just down the main road.
Okay.
Nice, long. Yeah, this is the new map well. What tank you bringing first?
I'm going to bring the M1A1. It's a much more likely opponent.
Okay. Kind of wondering if I should try out the TOW 2 missile as well. The 800mm pen, see if I can go through your armor with it.
You mean the one that's top down?
No, the top down one's the one I've loaded. The top down is TOW 2B. The one is the TOW 2.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, so this is the new Bradley. It's got it's got more armor than the original Bradley in the form of a pleak armor. Plates are welded on top of the Bradley's body. Does mean that the Bradley is heavier, however it is going to help you against pesky BMPs. You've got new shells for your 25mm cannon as well, which I haven't unlocked yet. Right, stay there. So let's get range on you first.
Should be about 425.
Right.
You
okay,
managed to hit my barrel.
Yep. So according to Gaijin, or according to from what I read on the forums, the TOW B, which is the shell I'm using, I think.
Goodbye, missile.
Okay, apparently not. Hang on, let me switch.
Bye-bye, missile. It looked like it parted my hair, too, so I don't know what's going on. Okay, that hit.
Well, that was the 800mm one, so that can't go through. So what missile I've got loaded now?
Virtually no damage.
Do you have to set the missile range or something?
I don't know.
Tank guided missile. No, it's got a trigger radius, 3 meters. So if I aim for that cannon of yours on top.
Oh yeah, you parted my hair again, but didn't hit anything. No damage.
Right, okay. I'm just going to quickly return to hangar and then join back in the game because I loaded 2 800mm TOW 2s and 4 what's it called? TOW 2Bs. So I'm just going to load all TOW 2Bs now.
I'll move closer to your spawn while you're getting set up.
Yep. Yeah, okay. So, I don't know why, and if you're able to see my stream, I don't know why, but for some reason, it's showing that I've got 2 Totu Bs, and then I've got 2 out of 4 default ammo for my 25, which when I fire my
Hi, Mercy.
gems actually uses that ammo, and then I've got my default ammo, which is 300.
Hey, thanks for joining. No problem at all.
So,
You caught the very end of the stream, so and you parted my hair again and again. You're easily within 3 meters with both of those.
right, I'm loading the other shots. Maybe it's not.
That did something.
Ooh, drive
So-
up the ridge. Up the ridge.
Up the ridge.
Because that went up. I don't know if you noticed it, but at the last second it curved upwards. Stop. Alright, let's try this.
It looked like it went over, but at the last second it exploded. And it's not doing a tremendous amount of damage, but it did kill one of my crew members that time.
Right, okay, hang on. Return to, I'm gonna get more. Because for some reason it's only giving me 2. Even though I've got...
Thanks a bunch. I really
it's saying
appreciate that,
6.
Mercy.
Yeah, I put 6 in. On the spawn page, it's only giving me 2, so that's probably another bug.
Sounds like a bug.
But for now, we've got it working, even if it is only 2 at a time.
Are you an Xbox player, Mercy?
Right, let's try that. Whoa. What the hell?
What?
Right, well, I'm over at the different base. You can see me on the minimap.
I
But
can't
it was
actually.
just weird. It loaded me in and was saying I had a load of default belts, like 4 different belts of default ammo for the 25 mil. I'm over here. I
Oh.
can see you on the minimap.
Because I'm within the spawn protection range.
No, I'm showing a green tank on the minimap.
Yes, because I am your squad mate, and I'm within the range of the spawn protection zone.
Yeah, maybe.
Where are you at? Left spawn still?
To your no, to your east.
Okay.
Should have eyes on you in a minute. Maybe. I think you're behind some bushes. I see you. Stop there.
I'll stop, but I see you just peeking over the edge of that ridge.
So the thing I'm
Well,
thinking of... Hey, Mercy. So you've got someone new on your... The thing I'm
Yes, indeed.
of, these missiles would be really good for.
Oh, that did something. That did,
That was the 800 mil.
okay.
I need to load the... What's it called? Did I just get... Am I getting shot from the left?
There's somebody shooting from behind you, yes.
From behind me?
That's where I saw the shots come. Well, there we go.
I-
Never mind. Yeah, he's on the main road.
Oi! Shooting my optics out the...
About there.
I can't see him.
He's coming up behind me, actually.
No, that's my friendly tank shooting at you. Your friendly tank shooting at me.
Yeah, I noticed. He's rolling literally right behind me. You should see him on the see him by now.
No? Right, anyways. Look back at me. Let's get this on the show. Because it's like 25 to 4 in the morning. Okay, this guy's doing my head in now. He's gonna kill me as well, and if he kills me, I'll lose my tank.
So, which nation do you play
Right,
the
I'm
most of,
gonna
Mercy?
Nah. Oh.
Yeah, that went. I only had 2 crew left. Let's see. It dropped down and just killed the gunner.
Thank you, Spiridon, for killing Bro.
Do you like Germany the best, huh? We got some good tanks and planes. A good 109 pilot is a
I've
real
got
tough
one
thing to
missile left
cover.
for you, and then so we'll see if I can outright kill you. I doubt I will. How many crew do you have? 3? Oh, you mean
Well,
that.
yeah, that one I can't spawn the M1A1 again.
Okay,
S4 crew.
Let's see what damage it does to this then. Which spawn are you at?
West side spawn, and I'm moving to the road now.
Right, okay. What I want you to try and do is keep below the ridge. I want to see if I can, even though I can't see your cupola or anything, fire the missile directly over you. Even though I can't directly see a tank, you know?
Right.
Why do I hear another... If I get killed now...
My bot teammate's way down at the southeast, so it's not mine.
Okay, well I just thought I heard a tank shell go or something. Alright, I'm not seeing you yet. Oh, I'm seeing your antennas. Alright, stop. Okay,
Do you need me to back up?
a bit. Yep. Bit more.
Okay, and I am stop,
Yep.
and I can see you in my commander view.
Yep. That's what I want. I basically want to see if I can hit you and deal significant damage with this ATGM.
I would say the answer is yes.
Oh, I like this ATGM. Oh.
It went straight through, killed my entire turret crew, and hit the ammunition underneath them.
Yep. Yeah, I saw that. So this ATGM is going to be fun because now all those little like freaking scout vehicles, or you get the little person who
Yeah, they're hiding behind a rock. Yep.
Yeah, they pop out, take a shot, and then hide back and just like wait for you to bugger off it or turn away for a second. And it's just like, nope, fire the missile.
Yeah, and you don't have to wait until you see them either. That's the best part.
No, it's just as soon as you see those antenna, that's it, done. 3 meters is a big distance. Big distance, and I don't think there's any antennas that are really much bigger than 3 meters. So if you can see the majority of the antenna, you're good. So, anyways, so back on track. So M3A3 Bradley and the F8U2 for America. They're not getting
Right.
any ships, if I remember correctly. In Germany, we are getting two new tanks. One is the squadron vehicle Leopard 2PL. It uses the same hull as the Leopard 2A4, but it's got a much stronger turret. It's at 10.7 at the moment. We could see it go down a bit to maybe 10.0 or 10.3, just because that hull is a lot weaker than the Leopard 2A6's hull. Oh, got air after drinking water at dodgy angle. Anyways, so we've also got the SK-105A2, not to be confused with the Swedish jet.
I still think they ought to just
this
rename that
is-
thing.
Yeah, well. This is basically a German light tank. It's got an oscillating turret that is going to be full stabilized. It's currently oh, excuse me. It's currently not in the dev server at the moment, but it has been announced that it is going to be fully stabilized. Gets a nice 400mm heat shell and a 335mm APF SDS at 500 meter range, which is actually quite nice for a 4-second reload time with a 26.4 degrees per second turret. Just double check that is the turret rotation you've got, right?
So on the SK-105, I've got 17.9 degrees.
Ah, okay. Dev server.
Are you perhaps looking at it on arcade?
Why does it do that? Right, okay. Anyways, as we was saying, it's got a 17.9 turn time on its turret, but it's still a 4-second reload rate, and it is still going to be stabilized when they actually sort it out. Acceleration wise and speed, it's got a modest 59 kilometers an hour, which at 9.0 isn't exactly anything special. A lot of MBTs are traveling that fast now, or slightly faster. So you're not exactly running any races, and your acceleration isn't the best. 18 tons, 280 horsepower. You're not exactly flying. But again, that stabilizer is going to, and that reload speed is going to shock a few people. Air-wise, we have the ME262A1A Yabo, which is essentially an ME262A1A, but it can carry 500 kilogram bombs, or a single 500 kilogram bomb, two 250 kilogram bombs, or the 21 centimeter rockets, which is, to be honest, nice. It's just a standard A1A with ordnance options. You also get the standard setup of the R4Ms as well. It's going to handle like the A1A as well. Shouldn't be any performance differences unless you're carrying ordnance. Blue Water Fleet, we do have, I believe that's it for air, right? Yep.
That's all I remember.
Blue Water Fleet, we do have the SMS Kaiser. 10 305 mils in 5 double turrets. Plus a lot of secondary guns, 1450 mils and 1288 mils in casemates. This is going to be a very dangerous ship to get close to. However, it lacks any anti-air armament. So if you're sailing one yourself, or you find yourself in an AA ship, AA cruiser, and you're looking for something big and heavy to protect you, and you to protect it in turn, yeah, there you go. Kaiser. You want to look for a Kaiser, or if you're in the Kaiser, you want to look for an AA ship.
It is a pretty ship, Mercy.
And that is it for Germany as well. Russia is getting 2 new tanks low tier, the BT-7M, which is a diesel-powered variant of the BT-7. It's got more horsepower. It's slightly heavier than the BT-7, but it's got more horsepower than the original BT-7 as well. So the acceleration's going to be there. Top speed is still the same. The T-28 1938 is a lower BR version of the T-28. Main difference is the fact that you've got a worse gun than the standard 28. It's a low velocity 76 mil is it KT 28?
That's correct. KT-28 can
Firing an APHE that only has 37 mil on a pen at 10 meters range at 1.3. That is one of the lowest shells I can think of that is an actual APHE. Struggling to think of any shell that is lower than that isn't a HE or something like that. It's supposed to have different performance to the standard T-28 as well, but that's yet to be seen. That is all for tanks. Aviation, you have 3 new jets. You have the Su-9, which the Russians made this by learning from the captured 262s. It's got slow acceleration. It does have air brakes, which is pretty interesting. However, the slow acceleration and mild performance handling, not going to be the best fighter. It's not super fast compared to the MiG, the Yak-15. It's probably slightly slower than the 6.2, I'd say. Handles about the same. I think your main party piece is those air brake. I think you're just going to be able to surprise people about how quickly you can slow down. You do have ordnance options, 500 kilogram bomb or 2 250s, or you can bring a single 250 if you want. The second aircraft is the Su-11, which is just an up-engined slight redesign of the SU9. This is a premium. It's got very good acceleration, good top speed, very good handling, but it does lose the air brakes. But overall, it is actually a nice thing to fly around. So that one should be a nice one to go for.
Russian
The
Meteor.
SU-17. Yep, the SU-17 is the final jet for the Russians in the noob. It is the first of the swing wing. Now we can't test fly it at the moment because neither of me or Deadman have it, but we have been told that the swing wings actually work now. They do function, they do affect your flight performance and change your stall speeds and everything like that, and change your handling characteristics. So that is quite a nice feature. As for ordnance and ammo, you get a low count of 160 cannon shells, 80 each for your 30 mils. You have 2 of them. Ordnance, you have a wide range of ordnance ranging from bullpups to air-to-air missiles, unguided rockets, and bombs. I did just notice as well that the bullpups, the KH-25s, aren't actually your standard bullpups. They're laser guided.
Yep, I think that's correct. Yep.
Yep. So it looks like the it'll be interesting to see how they implement that. Whether it's going to be something like a similar camera to what the A7D has, or whether it's going to be an actual keep your nose on the target fire.
Might be keep your nose on the target if you have to laser guide it.
Probably, but it'll still be interesting to see how they. I'm just taking a look on the antennas at the front at the moment, seeing if I can see a laser. But that's all for the aircraft. You do have a new premium tank, the Russamacher. I think I said it was called before.
There's not a ship.
Yeah, not
you said premium tank.
Premium ship. Yeah, new premium ship. It's clearly a standard Project 50 with the additional 2 twin 25mm mountings and the RB 2500 rocket launcher, which essentially is more like a mortar launcher that can fire very long range. The rocket does detonate after a specific distance. I think it's about 3,000 meters, maybe 2,500. I was hitting a destroyer effectively at 2,200 meters with the rockets, so it's got a decent range. You still got to get close to use it though, but it definitely devastates. But that again, premium for the Russians, currently costing 8,000 gold.
That's a pretty hefty little price tag.
Yep, just gonna take a drink of water because my mouth's getting dry.
Right. I don't blame you. You're doing most of the talking right now. Once we get done with this overview of all the vehicles in this patch, you're going to close up the stream and call it a night. While I've got the opportunity, I want to thank everybody who's joined us today and has been watching. We always appreciate your support here on the channel, and love to see you guys around, and love your comments and everything else like that. Whoever started the first thing, I want to just say thank you very much. That was hilarious. So thank you. And Rising, you back?
I am back, yes. So carrying on with the British tanks now, a lot of we got a whole new tank line for the British, starting off with the Sark Mark 6s. You've got a pounder variant and a 6-pounder variant. They handle practically the same, just a bigger gun and slightly different BR. The Rattle 90 and the Rattle 20, essentially the same vehicle. One's got a 90mm gun with Heat FS, one's got a 20mm autocannon and an 80 GM launcher on the top. They're going to be interesting to see how players handle them, I think, to be honest. I think that's going to be the most interesting thing to see how people react to these. Some people...
Yeah, the adaptation to an RV on the battlefield.
Yes, they are very, very vehicles, if we have a quick preview here. Very big vehicles, not exactly the fastest. They don't have the greatest power to weight ratio, but they do have a good top speed. Armor's non-existent, and you can't exactly just hide in a ditch somewhere like most. But they are classed as light tanks, though. So, Britain is also getting the Eland 90, which is essentially an AML 90 with a slightly different turret. Same gun though. We're having the Elephant Mark 1A and Elephant Mark 2, which are Centurions with more powerful engines. The British L7 cannon, Heat FS shells, and I think we're actually getting the same shells as what the shot cal delay gets in those. But just quickly take a look. Yeah, so it gets the same shells as the shot cal delay. But you've got an engine that allows you to go up to 45 kilometers an hour. The Elephant Mark 1A standard Centurion armor, but the Elephant Mark 2 actually has some interesting armor, and I'm looking forward to when they add in that model, that armor model for it. Then we've got the TTD, which is going to be a new top, near top BRS 97 at the moment. Again, interesting armor design. It's got blowout panels, decent gun. Fire rate's not the worst, but not the best at 9.7. But you are going to have some good maneuverability, some good power to rate ratio there.
All right, Rising, I'm going to briefly interrupt you here. Mercy, yes, the top tier AA for Germany is definitely playing Euro Truck Simulator. And Player Unknown, we've not noticed any buffs on U.S. tanks, but you ought to try out the new TOW-2B missiles on the M3A3 Bradley. Those things are hilarious. We got them to work, and if they come top down, they can blow your whole life away. Okay, back to you, Rising.
Other than that, we're getting the Z3A2 Ratal is essentially just the same hull again as a Ratal, but this time you're getting a triple launcher on top. You get two options, standard ATGM, which is your default, decent pen to start out with, and then you get a tandem later on, 8.7. That's actually going to be pretty powerful if you can keep it alive. But again, this is the rattle hull. You don't exactly have the best of acceleration, and you're very big and very unarmored.
Right.
The ZA-35 is the new SPAA for the British. I think we're going to see a lot more of these over the Chieftain Marksman. You don't get the Sabo shells with it, but you do get a nice AP shell anyways, 68 mil of armor pen at 10 meters, 52 at 500, but you are quite fast, quite mobile. You've got a decent power to weight ratio and a good top speed Sabrucat hull. You are a very, very tall profile. However, that radar mast does fall down.
I have somebody asking, Player Unknown is asking if the Sabo on the TTS got buffed. Do you know anything about that? I didn't see anything in the patch notes.
The TTD does he mean?
He says TTS. I'm not sure which tank he's referring to be honest. Oh, M60A3 TTS.
Oh, okay. I haven't looked at it yet. So, 353, 372. I believe that is a slight buff up, 372 mil on the M60A3 Sabre. I'd have to go back and take a look at the live server, but I can't. But I'm pretty sure that is a bit higher than what the current Sabre on the M60A3 DS is.
Oh, it could be.
We'd have to go back on live servers to get that, and it's a bit too late
Right.
for me. Now it's 5 to 4. So
Okay, so anyway, we're in Britain. I think we got the last of the tanks. I think we got the
aviation. We've got
the new premium attacker, right?
premium attacker. The only difference being is that it has a NEAN 103 engine instead of the NEAN 3 engine, which is more reliable. Other than that, exactly the same stats, everything. Coastal fleet. We have the Whitby class frigate. Which has virtually no armor. 30 cals will be able to pen your citadel, 50 cals will be able to pen your hull at close range, and your turret, and your citadel, and anything larger than that's just going to go straight through you. You've got a dual-purpose 4.5-inch gun with some variable timed fuse shells that do have a trigger radius as well. So you've got proximity shells there, and you've got a twin 40mm Bofors at the back for AA defense. You're not going to be brawling in this. I feel like this is going to be more of a support ship with those torpedoes, because those 21-inch torpedoes are going to be pretty nice. I mean, what's that? 21 inches is 530 mil.
Yeah, it's about the standard size.
Yep.
Okay.
And 821 mass, explosive mass 89 kilograms. You're going to hurt something with those, and you get 12 of them. But ultimately, yeah, find yourself a bigger ship, hide behind it, or find yourself an island and just sit behind it and wait for the small boats. And that's it for Britain. Japan, so we've got the Hiroshima, which is... It's got a decent speed, straight line, to be honest. It's not exactly fast, but 23 kilometers is respectable at 1.7 for something with that bigger gun. It's hefting. It is open top. It is very weak armor, and you don't have a great gun angle with that, so you do have to be very careful about where you're setting up, and you definitely don't want to be caught out on your own, because this thing does not like to turn on the spot that well. That rear 30 cal machine gun does not currently work, whether it will or not, because it is modeled in with a horizontal turret drive and a machine gun, and it's got a crew member in there. So whether or not that will ever actually work, because that could be nice to catch out some flak panzers or something that's trying to sneak up behind.
That'd be nice to get those milk trucks or something.
Yes, but whether or not it will work, we'll see. Low ammo count of 16 shells, but they do hurt. So it should be an interesting one.
Right.
I could see this stretching down on 3, but I think it'll do fine at 1.7 for now. The Type 90 and the 90B has had their reload time lowered to 4 seconds.
It was 5 before, just so you know.
Yep, 5 seconds down to 4, so another second off should help you a little bit take out the Leopards, but again, it's not so much to do the fire rate, it's more the case of the armor pen, so we'll just have to see how that affects it. In aviation, we have the new A6M5 Hey, or A, I think it's pronounced. Compared to the A6M5, so you lose the 30 cal and gain 250 cals. You also gain rockets for ordnance, so you get 10 Type 3 number 1 Mod 28s, which are more akin to that of the R4M rockets on the ME262. They're more designed for shooting down bombers, only 10 kilogram mass with 0.6 kilogram of explosive. So far, there's no armored stats at the moment, but I feel like they're more akin to shooting down bombers or something like that. The Type 3 number 6 Mod 27, however, has a 66 kilogram mass and a 2.5 kilogram explosive mass. So those will probably be more for taking out tanks. However, again, no stats for armor pen, and they could change at any point. Other than that, so the armor model on this aircraft isn't done yet, because you're supposed to have armored fuel, armored elements around the fuel tanks.
Player Unknown reports that on the M60 TTS, it was 357 millimeters pin on the live server, so it is a buff, about 20 millimeters worth.
There you go. Brilliant. So that's
Thank you.
some good news for a change on the Americans. But anyways,
Yep,
yeah,
indeed.
So the A6M5, hey, it's it'd be an interesting one to look at after they model in the armor, because I feel like once they model in the armor properly, that's going to affect the turn time more than the 0.4 seconds off compared to the A6M5 R2.
Right.
and that's going to be the big decider for me whether I'm going to actually fly it or not. Because if you're gaining all that armor and losing a lot of that maneuverability, or not gaining any speed, so you're still going to be slower than a Spire, slower than an P-51 or Yaks or stuff like that, but you're not going to be any more maneuverable.
Hey, Rising, let's
Which
pick it
is
up
your
a little
block
bit.
piece.
Let's pick it up a little bit. Move it a little faster.
Well, we're nearly done anyway, so
Yep.
yeah, other than that, they are getting a Isuzu.
Correct. The IJ and
which
Isuzu.
is- Yep, it's a light cruiser, mainly focused to SPAA defense with the 17 single 25s and 11 triple 25 turrets. You do have 3 dual 5-inch guns for self-protection and 8 torpedoes, but it's mainly going to be SPAA. Other than that, that is it for Japan. China, they've got the new PTL-02. What was it? That thing we were saying earlier.
What about it? Oh, what do you mean?
Night vision.
Oh, night vision. Right. That is actual thermals.
So the PTL-02 at ATO gets thermals.
That's pretty low for
Gonna
thermals.
help it enormously. Well, I mean, Bradley gets thermals, and that's ATO.
True now.
But this long-range sniper with thermals, it's going to help enormously.
Oh, yeah.
Do we know? And the up to 8 times to 12 times, so that's going to be really good. Thermals, good optics, good long-range heat FS shell with a 11.1 second reload rate. Not
Yep,
bad.
11.1. Yep,
50
not bad.
caliber mail, thin armor, decent mobility, decent speed. So should be an interesting one. Aviation wise, they're getting the F5 A, which is going to be the new tier jet for them. It's going to be very fast, very maneuverable, and it can carry some really good payloads. At the moment, I believe this secondary weapon currently used is mainly a placeholder, as I actually looked into it, and a lot of that stuff it didn't use. It uses AGM 50 Mavericks and other stuff like that, which is only just coming into the game. So I believe that's going to be a placeholder. They've moved that over to the Taiwan Tech Tree after F-104s. Moving on to Italy, we have the Panzer IIIN, the Stug 3G as new Tech Tree tanks, and the Panzer 4G, which is a premium for Italy. Now, these are just basically the same as their German variants. I don't think they're getting anything else, are they, Italy?
Nope, not a thing.
Oh, wait, yep, they're getting the light cruiser. And we actually missed
Oh,
this
right. Oh, okay. What's the light cruiser? Blue Water Fleet.
one. 4.7.
Etna. Okay.
So, armor is quite light, but then again, it is called a light cruiser for a reason.
Right.
You've got 3 dual 135 guns, which is an odd cover. 10 65mm guns, which I believe are the dual purpose ones sat on the side. Yep, 80 degrees vertical guidance. And then you've got 21 20mm autocannons. I feel like this is mainly an AA cruiser. Your armor's not exactly the best compared to what other cruisers facing. Gun-wise, all your guns are dual purpose. Even your main calibers are somewhat dual purpose, elevate up to 45 degrees. Which you can knock out high altitude bombers with that from a distance.
I think those 20 millimeters are just. They're obviously intended to be anti-aircraft, but if you get close with a small boat, those things will rip you to shreds. He's got a bunch of them.
Yep, that, and you've got the dual purpose 65s in the turrets, along the signal. Shell wise, you've got a respectable APHE BC, with 174 mil armor pen at 1,000 meters. 7,500 is 106. Your 65 only has HE and HE timed fuse. Your mains, however, do have a HE timed fuse shell as well as HE. So my guess, main purpose, SBAA cruisers.
Anti-aircraft, yep.
Yep. Other than that, I believe that is it for Italy.
France.
So we have the Jagdpanzer KA2, which is exactly the same as the German one that we took a look at earlier.
Right.
This will get a stabilized gun as well. It's currently not modeled in game. So, yeah, pretty much the same as Germans. You're not exactly the fastest tank on the battlefield. You don't have the best acceleration, but you are still quite mobile. That oscillating turret with a stabilizer makes you quite lethal, and you get some decent shells, a 400 mil heat and a 336 mil APF SDS at 9.0 with a 4-second time. It's going to be lethal.
Right. Mars 15.
Tank is the Mars 15. Reminds me kind of the it's got good power to weight ratio, good top speed. Armor is very weak. There is a bit of concern where your default shell might be starting with a HE, but I believe that to be a bug, and I think the default shell will be that APF SDS, which is 360 mil of armor pen at 10 meters, 345 mil at 500 meters. At 8.3, that's respectable.
Very.
Non-existent. You don't have any defense against SPAA. However, you are a very low-profile tank, so hiding behind tank wrecks and shooting over their engine decks is a valid tactic for this tank. Other than that, there's no premium tank for.
Nope, but they do have the Mirage 3E on the air tree.
So air tree, it's the Mirage 3E, which is very similar to Mirage 3 Charlie. The main difference being that you have a slightly more powerful engine, therefore you get slightly better, little bit better on your speed, turn time, and rate of climb. So it's a nice kind of increase to all your stats, not much so. Ordnance-wise, again, very similar, if not the same, as the Mirage 3 Charlie.
Yeah, there's going to be several people. I think quite a few people will be excited for this one, Mercy. Okay.
I feel like there might be some changes to that. I feel like it's too close for the Mirage 3 Charlie for it to be that different.
Right.
If to valid them to be out. So in Sweden, we have the.
Did you just backing up 1 second? Did you see any indications whether the Mirage 3E has a heads-up display?
I have not seen any. No, I don't think it's modeled in yet. Especially seeing as though it's a new jet and they've only just got it in for the Harriers, which have been out.
I've not seen any notes that say it does, Caden.
No, I believe it'll be in dev chat, in dev plans later on.
That's what I would think as well. All right, so Sweden.
Sweden is the IKV 105. Now, this is a slight redesign to the hull of the IKV-91. You'll notice that the front of the hull looks completely different to the old IKV-91. It also has a slightly different turret and a bigger gun, 105mm Bofors, with a 5.2 second reload time, slinging 337mm APF SDS or at 10 meters or 330 at 500 meters, and a stock shell of 260mm APDS. It's actually a quite nice tank. At 8.3 it gets night vision. It's also a light tank, so you do get spotting functions. Armor-wise, it's the same as the IKV-91. Don't expect anything. You're paper thin. You can be killed by a 50 cal, 30 cal even. But you do have that much gun. Speed and mobility is meh. in the fact that you kind of, if you feel very, very sluggish without the upgrades, hopefully once you research more modules, it'll get better. But stock, it feels very sluggish. And then last but not least is the Fokker D21, which is a premium plane for 700 Gleneagles, 220 mil Orlikans, which is a gun that I don't believe we've seen in the game before, but it shares similar stats to the Hispanos. Now, I'm not sure, but I've got a hunch that these are actually licensed Hispano cannons, or that the Hispanos were licensed built Orlikan cannons. I'm not sure either way. But at 2.0, it's got a decent turn time, got decent speed, decent rate of climb. It's a nice all round, but it just does look a little fun playing. The handlings of it was quite nice, quite responsive, and very forgiving. If you twisted or turned and kind of sat for a second, it was very easy to recover. So, and that is all for this patch. So
All right. So we'll just
next episode.
indeed, yes. Do you need to close out your stream separately, or should I just go ahead and give my spiel to both of us here?
Go for it, and then I'll just add something on the end.
Alrighty. Well, thank you very much, Rising, for your assistance today. Also, thank you to all who joined in on the stream, including some who gave some feedback and information that we didn't have handy. Sefin, thank you for the essential assistance. Laporto, thank you for your opinions. Player Unknown, you're still on the stream. Thank you for that additional information on the TTS. That caught us, was not listed in any of the patch notes that we saw, so that was a good catch. Thank you everybody for joining me, and we're going to shut things down now. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you in War Thunder.
Yep, thank you for watching. All I'd like to say is if you were watching my stream, feel free to head over to Old Dead Man's YouTube channel. He does some great videos that give you a lot of information on various different vehicles and various different tactics. He also does some funny videos on what can happen in War Thunder. So yeah, feel free to check that out, and I shall catch you next time.
And in that same vein, you ought to check out Rising Dead on Twitch. He has been streaming pretty much daily lately, so he has some great content that you'll want to check out.